Turn off your lights. Make sure your doors and windows are locked. Things are about to get spooky. My big toe hasn't stopped swelling since I kicked that headstone on a dare. I peel the rotting, blackened nail away, expecting to see a new nail growing underneath, but instead, I see another toe. Leviathan by Sean E. Britton. May narrated by 242. Special guests, September Dragon Audio, PA Nightmares, Silver Underworld, As the Raven Dreams, and Willow the Schizo.
Mysterious object is 6,000 clicks out and closing.
If long-range scanners haven't picked this one up, it could have passed right through our solar system without us ever knowing.
We don't know if it's anything yet. It could just be a rogue comet, an asteroid.
Chemical analysis picked up organic compounds.
We'll know more soon.
Whatever it is, the trajectory shows it came from deep, deep space. Nothing out there for millions of light years. It could have been floating out there longer than human beings have existed, longer than Earth has existed. Star floated at the front of the Situation Room, chewing her lower lip. Their ship, Melvin 1, had been mapping and taking samples in the Kuiper Belt, with the aim towards future mining, when they had been redirected to intercept this mysterious object. Star didn't look excited to be in command for this potentially historic moment. She looked nervous as hell. Feldman and Gideon drifted around the outskirts of the room with the rest of the crew, chatting excitedly and grabbing for handhelds so they don't float into one another in the zero gravity. Hologram and screen readouts at the head of the room gave updates on the progress and showed perceived images of the object itself. Around 2.2 kilometers in length, their target was roughly oblong in shape. Frozen, it reflected light like comet, but something other than dirt and rock lay beneath the surface. If the organic readings were correct, then this could be humanity's first proof of alien life. Real alien life. Larger than bacteria. Much, much larger. Once we arrive, we'll be taking much more detailed scans and measurements. If possible, a team will be going down to the object itself to take samples. Star continued. Same as any other asteroid. We need absolute professionalism on this job. Then we'll be awaiting further company orders. As they approached the object and matched the trajectory, the crew crowded the observation deck. A dozen of them jostled elbow to elbow in defiance of the company regulations. Even Star, usually as by the books as they came, wasn't going to deny anyone this monumental opportunity. Across the outside of the window, itself several inches of glass steel, an armored curtain protected the interior from solar radiation and micrometeoroids. They maneuvered into position and the shield peeled back. Feldman and Gideon bobbed next to one another.
Mother of God,
Gideon murmured. Religious awe seemed like an appropriate reaction. An astonished hush settled over the deck. Beyond the mysterious object was nothing, was a distant star field, nothing to give it scale. Feldman struggled to make sense of the size of the object, disoriented. If they hadn't been floating in zero-G, he would have had to sit down. What they were looking at was clearly a life form, or the corpse of one, but over 2 kilometers in length. Its basic body type was fish-like, or like a squid, with a cylindrical body and tentacles on the end, but with a number of other appendages as well. The cluster of tentacles to the trail end of the creature made up only about a third of its total length, frozen in a series of coils and snares. A series of other appendages, flippers and crab-like legs, appeared to be tucked against what Feldman thought as the alien's underbelly. Its flesh was reddish-brown beneath the coat of ice, and they could see the scales and ripples and all the imperfections of the once living thing. Some other bits of matter, they almost looked like vegetable growth, were stuck in that ice. A haze of ice crystals and other chunks of darker matter traveled in a cloud surrounding the dead creature during its journey through space.
Look at that eye.
Feldman said.
Look at that mouth. Those teeth.
Gideon said. At the other end of the creature's body, from the mass of tentacles, was obviously a head. Feldman immediately felt drawn to the staring eye. There was only one eye on the side facing them. Feldman was astonished how, not human, but how Earth-like it looked. Like a normal Earth-based fish eye. Bright gold and was perfectly round, black pupil. But if Feldman had the scale right, said eye was as wide as a city block. Somewhere in the region of 25 to 300 meters across. Just below it was a canyon of a mouth, revealing teeth that must have been at least 10 stories long.
This is incredible!
One of the other crew said.
Impossible.
It's real. It's really, really real. This is the first proof of actual alien life.
We don't know that yet, Star said.
Come on now, Commander. That is an alien. An actual living creature. Or it was.
We'll need to take samples, Star said.
Are those some kind of wounds in its side?
Feldman said, pointing. The creature and the ice surrounding it were pitted by dozens of craters, big and small. No doubt souvenirs of collisions with other random bodies during the unimaginable long journey through space. Roughly around the middle of the creature's body were 4 roughly square holes, arranged diagonally in a strangely even row. They appeared to be under the ice, as if they'd been afflicted on the beast before it was frozen. Maybe when it was still alive.
They could be some kind of missile strikes or harpoon marks.
One of the science techs, Simpson, said.
Although, they're curiously straight.
What could do that to that?
Once the crew were over their initial awe, they got to work according to the orders they were given. Melville 1 observed the creature from all angles, laser mapping every inch of its gargantuan surface. Sonics probed beneath the ice and deep as they could into the creature's flesh. Chemical analysis was made remotely and samples taken from the clouds surrounding it. The company needs you to go down to the surface to collect samples, Star said.
Really?
Feldman felt a mix of exhilaration and terror.
What if it isn't really dead? What if it's sleeping in hibernation this whole time, and we wake it up?
Gideon asked. Our dating methods put the object something like 4 billion years ago, Star said. It's shown no reaction to our presence, and our scans have shown no signs of life.
No sign of life as we know.
Gideon said.
But maybe these things live in space. Maybe this is how they survive, by going into some kind of death-like state, until they come across something to eat, and then they wake up.
If you're refusing to follow orders, that's fine. I can find somebody else who will do it. I was giving you first crack because you're our primary spacewalking team.
Oh, no way.
Gideon shook his head vehemently.
I wouldn't miss this for a year's pay.
Spacesuits had come a long way from the early days of space travel. Feldman and Gideon clipped into theirs easily while in the launch bay. The baggy legs and sleeves around their limbs and the loose folds around their torsos sealed themselves tightly. Both fit helmets over their heads and attached them to their collars. As was regulation, though, Feldman and Gideon double and triple checked all one another's seals and joints. They clipped jetpacks over their shoulders. "If you're ready, we'll open the hatch." Star's voice came clear through their helmet comms.
Ready to go, Miva?
Feldman said. "Hatch opening in 3, 2, 1. The launch bay's hatch yawned open to the void. Several kilometers off the side of the Melville drifted the enormous creature. The frozen alien was actually traveling at an extraordinary speed through the great nothingness. But given that the Melville 1 was matching its speed and trajectory, and given the lack of surrounding to give it context, it almost appeared to be standing still. Feldman and Gideon detached from the Melville and used their jetpacks to guide them across the gap. Foaming trails of white propellant dissipated behind them. Between the two of them, they carried a sled loaded with equipment they would need for their mission. Apart from the Melville and the creature and its surrounding cloud, all around them was unimaginable nothing. A nothing the human mind could not contain. Even after dozens of spacewalks, Feldman had to concentrate on the task at hand to avoid being overwhelmed by it. But then, the task at hand was itself overwhelming. As they got closer, the creature loomed and loomed. Again, too big for the mind to contain. Not as a once living thing. With nothing between them, it was astonishing. If it had been alive, moving, Feldman was sure his mind could not have handled it. He could only take in piece by piece as it was. The frozen tentacles, the appendages, the rippling of flesh and scales the size of buildings, that tremendous eye. They were less than ants against it as they closed in. "Report in, away team," Star said.
Away team, everything in the green out here, Miaville?
Feldman said.
This is a historic moment. You think about what you're going to say?
Gideon said over the comms.
What? What am I gonna say?
Feldman said.
It's like the first man on the moon. The first man to set foot on proof of alien life form.
Why me? Why have I got to say it?
You're the ranking officer.
They negotiated their way through the creature's surrounding ice cloud, avoiding any large chunks of ice and other matter. Tiny ice crystals clung to their suits. They couldn't feel them, of course. Outside the suit was the absolute zero of the void. The suit was a shield and heated. The surface of the creature rushed towards them. They used propellant to slow their approach. Feldman felt his boot hit the surface with a noiseless crunch, his knees accepting the landing. Behind him, Gideon slowed to a landing as well.
There are certain occasions,
Feldman said,
when a man takes this whole universe for a vast practical joke, the wit of which he only dimly discerns, and he more than suspects the joke is at nobody's expense but his own.
Pat's rule.
Gideon said.
What was yours?
It's from Moby Dick.
Feldman said, and when he sensed Gideon's cluelessness, he jerked his helmet back to their ship.
The Miaville? It seems appropriate. I'm pretty sure I botched it, though.
The ice covering the creature formed a relatively thin skin only a few meters thick, while the creature technically had its own gravity, like any mass in space. It wasn't enough to be noticeable by Feldman or Gideon. Their boots clung to ice instead as they set up to take a sample. The equipment on their sled looked similar to equipment used to take ice core samples on Earth. A towing cylinder attached to a large tripod, wrenches, and a boxy motor, which they all quickly and easily assembled. In the vacuum of space, Feldman of course couldn't hear the drill as it did its work, but he placed his gloved hand on the cylinder, he could feel the vibration. The drill sank easily through the ice coating. As it met the creature's flesh, it bit into it. Feldman and Gideon waited with a nervous anticipation. In spite of the assurances and Feldman's own conviction that the space beast was long dead, if anything was going to happen then, he felt strongly it would happen now. The creature's vast flesh, rippling reddish-brown scales spreading all around them like an island in space. The drill would be less than a pinprick, less than a mosquito bite, but both of them still held their breath. Nothing happened. The fantastic corpse remained as unresponsive as ever. Eventually, the equipment returned with a cylinder of tightly compacted and ancient flesh, frozen solid eons ago. Feldman handled it for a moment with the appropriate reverence, then loaded it onto the sled. Orders were to take the samples for several regions if possible. Collecting the equipment, they set off across the creature. Unwieldy as the equipment looked, it was easy to move in zero gravity, and Feldman and Gideon had done the same routine many times under more difficult circumstances. Their boots gripped the ice with each step.
Advancing toward the head, Meevil.
They took 2 more samples, each time without incident. The creature's antediluvian flesh was extremely tense and frozen to rock, but their drill was equipped with both lasers and diamond teeth. They continued until they could see the creature's blunt nose, its monstrous mouth with teeth like skyscrapers, up ahead against the backdrop of space. Looking down, Feldman realized that he and Gibson were trekking across the creature's massive eye. Gold with a pupil like a bottomless pit, staring eternally through the ice. Feldman had settled into the job like it was a normal task, but almost became overcome with an emotion he couldn't name. A mixture of terror and awe. Not terror of some physical threat, but an almost religious terror, like being in the presence of God and realizing just how tiny and unworthy one single human being was. He'd earlier remembered a video he had seen once of a diver coming across a whale in one of those Earth's oceans before they went extinct. The enormous mouth suddenly rushing out of the Stygian depth as if to consume the diver, looking big enough to consume the whole world. The diver minuscule in comparison. Said whale would have been 1,000th the size of this creature they stood on. It would have gotten lost in the yawning black of the creature's pupil. Feldman couldn't help but think what he would do if the eye, staring up through the ice field, was to suddenly blink. And whatever he told himself, the answer was probably that he would go insane. Feldman, are you alright? We're getting an increased reading from your suit, heart rate and respiration. Star's voice came through Feldman's comm.
Yeah. Yes. Alright, thank you, Meevil.
Feldman felt very aware that every word he said might be recorded for historical purposes.
Just struck again, for a moment, by the immensity of it all.
Braver now, Feldman and Gideon set the core sampler over the creature's enormous eye. They drilled down into the golden iris. If anything was likely to get a reaction, it would have been that. But, of course, nothing happened, and the jelly of the tremendous eye was frozen, just as solid as the rest of the creature's flesh. Feldman and Gideon retrieved their samples and then disassembled the equipment, packing it back onto the sled. Firing streams of propellant, the 2 astronauts left the surface of the frozen creature and returned to the Melvin 1. Feldman and Gideon met with Star and the head science tech Simpson in the Situation Room. A glowing hologram of the space creature evolved around the central console. Everything was captured in perfect detail. The long oval of a body, tangle of limbs, and its staring eye. Even the sparkling cloud of ice and debris that hung around it, Star had to deliver a report back to the company heads. Feldman and Gideon didn't need to be there for Simpson's update, but Star figured they had earned it. "What have we got?" Star said.
The samples confirm that the object is organic, carbon-based, like you or I, or any life from Earth, but there are chemical structures like we've never seen. Of course, it's alien.
Simpson said.
Besides the samples from the animal itself, we've studied the bits of darker matter floating around the creature. They appear to be vegetable in structure.
What do we know about the creature?
You've got to remember, my expertise is in chemistry and geology, not xenobiology. People are going to study this thing for years, decades.
Yeah, this is just gotta go in the initial report, Doc. You're not being graded.
Well, based on the scans, we have no reason to believe this creature naturally evolved to live in space. It appears to be some kind of aquatic creature, launched into space somehow. The limbs and body are designed for moving through water. There's nothing that suggests adaptation for space travel.
Any theories as to how it ended up floating in the dead of space then?
Based on our analysis of the samples, its flesh was exposed to some kind of high heat that basically cooked its entire structure, sometime before it was frozen solid. Maybe some kind of explosion or contact with an atmosphere.
What about those holes in its side?
Feldman pointed at the hologram.
4 deep, squarish holes arranged in almost a perfect row. Any idea what could have caused that?
Simpson shrugged.
We've analyzed them. There's no blast scorching and no signs of cauterization. That would suggest missiles or lasers. Maybe wherever the animal comes from, they're hunted by some kind of giant harpoons.
What could that do?
I have no idea. Wherever this thing comes from, it could be just as big and threatening to any intelligent race there as it is to us. They just developed the weapons necessary to deal with them.
What are you gonna do now?
Gibson asked. Orders are to attach ourselves to it and move the object ourselves. We'll establish it in orbit around the Earth where more scientists can study it, Star said.
We'll be studying it for decades trying to figure out its mysteries.
Simpson said.
It's solved at least one great mystery, though. We are not alone in the universe.
But how? If it's from a planet like ours, or whatever, how do you get into deep space in the first place?
Feldman said.
How did it find its way to us?
That mystery, we may never know.
4 billion years earlier. Another spacecraft, shaped like a box saucer, spun slowly through the endless void. A long-range research vessel, home to 4 Zabraxian scientists and their family. While in some ways the ship would be a perfect match for human expectations of what an alien spacecraft should look like, it was built to a scale almost inconceivable to human imagination. Astronomically more colossal than anything human hands could or would ever create.
So they never believes.
A Zabraxian child sat at the table in a craft's residential wing, with a fork wrapped in the finger tentacles of a primary manipulator. They poked lifelessly at the food left on their plate.
But I don't want any more.
The child whined.
Just 2 more bites.
The child's primary parent said. Stabbing the last of the salvin on his plate with his fork and the 4 prongs, the Zabraxian child steered it around the plate. The fish-like creature with its tangle of tentacles, golden eye, and pin-like teeth would be less than a mouthful for the child. It picked up flecks of the leftover vegetables strewn out on the plate. Several of the Zabaxian parents' eye slats swirled towards the child. Its primary and secondary manipulators remained occupied at the sink with their duties.
Just finish your vegetables and give it to mom.
Half a dozen nostrils flared and the Zabaxi child finished the last of its vegetables. Their parents took the plate and the utensils and turned back to the sink. They noticed a single remaining Salgov on the plate, 4 tiny holes stabbed across its midsection, but ignored it. Pick your battles. Instead, the Zabraxian parent fed it into the garbage disposal, washed it down with the scraps of vegetable matter. The spacecraft's disposal system filtered the water from the solid waste. The water siphoned away from the recycling. Solid biological waste was ejected into space. As the craft traveled to the void, a tiny hatch opened in its side. The waste from the child's dinner fired into space, freezing instantly, a coat of ice forming over its surface, its tentacles and appendages solidifying into twisted patterns. Already forgotten, the frozen creature began its journey into the emptiness of deep, deep space. Please help. I knew that I shouldn't have shot the golden deer, but its fur looked so warm and I was starving. Now my new coat won't come off, and it hurts so much each time my body changes. And with that, we're near the end of this video. First, I would like to thank Sean E. Britton for letting me read his story. He also has something at the end here I'd like to read for you. I really enjoyed this story, although I worry the ending might make it seem more like the setup for a punchline that's not really what I intended. I like stories with this kind of mystery, full of ultimately unanswerable questions either for the reader or for the characters. It wouldn't surprise me if our first undeniable proof of alien life didn't come to us in a similar way. Not as an invading force or a benevolent meeting of the minds, but as a slightly frustrating, intriguing, fascinating mystery that only serves as a tiny piece of a much larger puzzle. I personally found the ending humorous, but not because I thought it was a punchline, but because for the aliens, it was so mundane. But for us, it was so monumental. And truth be told, a lot of the monumental things we have found in our own history has been like that. So I could see this being true. I'm very happy that the writer gave us some insight on how he felt and thought about the story. I would like to thank those who helped me bring these stories together. September Dragon Audio, PA Nightmares, As the Raven Dreams, Willow the Schizo, and Silver Underworld. Please make sure you go to the description box down below to check out all these narrators. I felt a single tear roll down my cheek as I placed the flowers on my ex-wife's grave and prepared to pay my respects. I sighed as I heard her screams, which were muffled by the layers of dirt, and I knew that I would have to return tomorrow with the flowers. It Watches You from the Shadows by Carrot Hill. All my life, I've enjoyed walking around outside late at night. As a teen, I'd sneak out at 1 or 2 in the morning and just walk around in the empty quiet, then rush home before dawn so my mom wouldn't wake up and find me gone. Most nights, nothing more than a nice walk would happen. Sometimes I see people coming or going in a hurry, off to who knows where. Once I caught a neighbor cheating on her husband and forgot to shut the blinds. Nothing out of the ordinary. As I grew older, my nighttime adventures would last longer and longer, with the freedom of being an adult and not having to be home by a certain time. This continued for years until the night of this story. I was living in Washington State, and I couldn't sleep. I tried to watch TV, but there was nothing on. I tried to wake up my girlfriend to talk or have fun. But once she's asleep, she's dead to the world. I hadn't gone walking in a long time, and this seemed like the best time for it. So, I got dressed, grabbed my phone and keys, and headed out into the misty, cool evening. Now, where I was living, after midnight, the town becomes pretty much dead. You have random streetlights every couple of blocks, the stoplights switch to blinking yellow at 2 a.m., and everything becomes eerily quiet. I was walking towards the river that ran through my town when I saw a couple of wolves a few blocks ahead of me. Wolves were no big thing. I've seen them along with deer, elk, and even a huge moose from my bedroom window, just wandering around in the middle of the night. That night, however, there was something off about them. They looked scared. What scares a wolf? I know I don't want to find out, so I turned the corner and started heading in another direction, deciding to work my way around them and continue on towards the river. I made it past them and didn't see anything unusual on my way, and was soon at the park that lined the riverbank. Deciding to stop and rest for a bit, I sat down at a picnic table and watched the moonlight reflect off the water. It was very peaceful and quiet. The water was unnaturally still as the wind and the flow of the river make things move rather quickly. That on its own didn't bother me much. It was what I noticed then that bothered me. A cold chill came over me, not that unusual for Washington, but when it came to this damp, musty smell, like wet moss mixed with rotting wood and mushrooms. Wrenching at that smell, I looked around to see if something had died and was rotting nearby. Something you find with all the wild animals wandering about. But I couldn't spot anything. Deciding I needed some fresh air, I got up and decided to follow the boardwalk that ran along the length of the river. As I stepped onto the wooden platform, I noticed there was no noise. Now, this boardwalk would make a loud tapping noise or even creak in places where you stepped on it. But that night, it was dead silent. I looked down at my feet and hopped up and down a few times, but no sound. Feeling a little weirded out, I quickened my pace, deciding to hurry along the boardwalk to the bridge at the other end that crossed the river and entered the downtown area where there was a 24-hour grocery store. It was well lit, had someone working all the time, and would feel much safer than where I was just then. So I hurried along the boardwalk, not hearing any of my footsteps or anything from the river next to me, until I was close to the bridge. I could see it's about 3 blocks away when I heard a splash. The sound made me jump, I'll admit. After being almost dead silent for about 15 minutes, I stopped and looked around, but didn't see anything in the water. This part of the boardwalk bordered a section of the forest that the developers of my town decided to leave untouched. You had a river, boardwalk, the road, and then trees so thick you couldn't normally see through them. I say normally because as I turned to look to my right, I saw something moving in the trees. Whatever it was dark, big, hunched over, and it smelled. The same smell I had noticed earlier, only this time, much stronger. I stopped. A stupid thing to do, I know, but I was curious. I turned to face the forest and watched this thing looking at me from the shadows. It stood there, hunched over, but if it were to stand upright, I would have guessed it was easily over 7 feet tall. I couldn't make out any features, just general shapes that stood there, watching me. I shook my head, thinking I might be imagining things, and looked away for a moment, then looked back, and the dark shape was closer. It was moving towards me. Now I know my fair share of legends and what might be in the woods in Washington. Bigfoot, Wendigo, you name it. And I knew that even if it was nothing more than a wild animal, any animal that comes that close to civilization without being scared off is dangerous. Not wanting to be caught by it, I rushed forward towards the bridge once more. It was a narrow bridge with a raised pedestrian platform only big enough for one person at a time to walk across. I knew that if I could reach that, it would slow it down if it continued to follow me. I ran towards the bridge, and I don't know if it was the fear in the moment, but I heard something chasing me. I didn't want to look back. I knew the forest ran the length of the road, only stopping once you reached the bridge itself. I needed to reach that bridge. So I sprinted the 3 blocks to that bridge, the charging sound behind me getting louder and louder until my feet hit the concrete platform and I could hear my footsteps again. I could hear everything again as a multitude of sounds invaded my ears. It was as if I had been inside a silent bubble with only a few sounds audible, only to plunge head first into a symphony of sound. Feeling safer on the bridge, I spun around to look behind me. I looked into the forest, and what I saw, I will never forget. The moonlight was brighter here, and for a moment, I saw something tall, thin, almost skeletal, and very dark glaring at me from the shadows of the trees. I watched as an inhuman face snarled at me and let out this odd whistling howl before it turned and sunk back into the forest. I continued on to that grocery store and waited inside until morning, then caught the 5:30 bus back to my part of town. When I got home, my girlfriend was still asleep. So I stripped off my sweaty, smelly clothes and took a shower. As I was showering, she woke up and stepped into the bathroom with me, asking me what had happened to my jacket. Pulling my head out of the shower, I asked her what she meant and then looked at my jacket in her hand. Running down the center of the back were 5 tears in the fabric, deep enough to rip through the outside and the fleece lining, but not the inner layer. Claw-like markings that were much bigger than a human hand. I told her what had happened, having decided not to keep it to myself after seeing that, and she looked very worried. She said there were legends of skinwalkers that used to be in the woods before the town was built, but no one had heard anything about them in years. This upset her enough that we moved a month later. Earth to Voyager 227. Do not return. I repeat, do not return. Nothing but static over the comms for 12 days. Then it returned. False alarm, Voyagers. You are clear to return home. My dog joined a cult. By Spooky Dude 43. I wish I never moved into the city. Don't get me wrong, it's nice to be closer to work, and there's so much more you can do here. In the countryside, it was a 15-minute drive to find someplace to eat, and a 30-minute drive to the nearest grocery store. Nothing was even open past 8 p.m. But here, I could leave work at 11 p.m. and find myself a movie theater or a restaurant right across the street. I was loving it. My dog, however, was less than thrilled. Shelby was a good girl, some sort of retriever. Almost golden, but not quite. Closer to a reddish brown. She had long, fluffy ears that would swing and sway as she ran, and a tail that would never stop wagging. But ever since we moved, she hasn't been the same. Eating less, sleeping more, signs enough for me to get worried. My concerns reached new heights when she started to run away. The first night she ran, I was belligerent. I wandered through the streets trying to call her name and explain to the officers on the phone what had happened at the same time. For 3 hours I searched, only returning home because it was dark, and the police had promised me that they would look for her. When I returned home that night and found her patiently waiting at the front door, I was not ashamed to admit I cried a little. There was no scolding, no anger. I was just happy to have her back. Then she ran away again. It became routine. Every week she would run away at least once, sometimes twice, only to return at my door a few hours later, waiting to be let inside. I scoured the house for any hole, crack, or crevice she could have been slipping out through, but found nothing. It was as if she was simply turning the lock and walking out, closing the door behind her. My friends recommended a shock collar to keep her in check, but I could never do that to her, though it did give me an idea. I fixed a little GPS to her collar, the kind they sell for keeping track of cats and dogs, and waited. It didn't take long for her to run away again, and I sat in my car prepared to follow her. I was stopped by a sudden realization. She's been happier, hasn't she? Ever since she started running away, her attitude has done a 180. She sleeps less, wags her tail more, and just seems to be in a generally better mood. I figured she just needed a chance to run around and stretch her legs, but I knew that sooner or later she would get hurt. So I started to follow the signal. As my car went from pleasantly lit streets to rolling down dark graveled alleyways, I started to sweat. What was she doing down here? I figured I'd find her at a park or someone else's yard bothering their cat. Not in some dark alley. Eventually, I reached a narrow path and had to get out of my car to travel it. Shimmering past a rusty chain-link fence and into someone's backyard? Sat surrounded by tall brick walls was a little green lot, bushes and trees around the edge with a clear, unobstructed center. It was such an odd spot for a plot like this, like a tiny park wedged between buildings. The only way in or out was through that little chain fence. I peered past the bushes, and just beyond them in the center of the lot with 4 other dogs was my Shelby. I quickly pulled out my phone and took a few pictures. It was so cute to see my dog sneaking off to play with friends, like something out of a Pixar movie. I stood up, no longer trying to hide, and looked around the lot for anyone who might own the other dogs. There was no one else around, just me and the dogs. I stepped out of the bushes towards them and froze. Something was off. Shelby always jumps on me to greet me, but now she stood statue still, staring at me. All of them did, actually. Not a single one of them moved an inch other than their eyes, which followed me as I approached, just looking at me, heads low to the ground, tails stiff as stone. They looked like they should have been growling, but none of them made a sound. "Shelby?" I called hesitantly, but she didn't respond. I reached out to touch her, about to pat her head, but stopped myself. I felt so sure that if I touched her then, something would happen. My gut told me to leave, but I didn't want to go without my dog. "Shelby, come on," I pleaded, but she only stared at me. I left, squeezing past the fence, getting in my car and driving home. As I drove, I thought about what I should do. She'd be back, right? She always came back, always happy as can be. Would she be like that again, or would she be somehow she was in that alley? Maybe she just thought she was in trouble or didn't like that I found her secret spot. Though that wasn't like her. She would be fine once she came home, I decided. I just needed to wait. Hours rolled by at a snail's pace. I tried playing video games, reading, listening to music, anything to distract myself from my thoughts, but I couldn't stop worrying about Shelby. Each tick of the clock sounded like her nails on the concrete floor outside. Every bark had me checking out my window to see if it was her coming home. Finally, around 1 a.m., I fell asleep. In my dreams, I was in an alley again, walking towards the lot. It was dark out and I couldn't see past the fence. But as I got near, I could hear growling, and soon I saw 2 glowing yellow eyes staring at me from outside, slowly raising high and higher until whatever they belonged to stepped over the fence and began to come towards me. I sat up on the couch, rubbing my eyes and looking around my living room. It was still dark. A look at my phone told me it was 3:01 a.m., and I sighed, standing up and preparing to go to the bedroom when I heard something. My body went stiff, ears straining to catch the sound again, eyes wide as I slowly spun, searching the room for the source of the sound. It had sounded like an exhale, sharp, fast, and close. I nearly jumped out of my skin when someone pounded on the front door. "Who is it?" I called as I pressed my eye to the people, but I saw no one, and no one answered. I waited for a long time, listening hard and staring through that hole into the night outside, when finally someone knocked again. I didn't see their face or body, but what I did see is their hand raise up and strike the door 3 times. "I said, who is it?" I called again, more aggressive this time. Whoever was outside, I wanted them to think I wasn't some pushover. Hopefully they would leave me alone. They still didn't answer, but I began to hear movement outside the door. A scratching sound like nails scraping against concrete, and for a moment my eyes went wide. I dropped to my knees, pressing my cheek against the ground and checking under the door. There in front of me, sniffing hard like she just caught my scent, was my big reddish-brown snoot of a dog. My dog. I yanked the door open hard, arms already out and ready for Shelby to jump up into them. But there was nothing on the other side. "Shelby?" I called out in confusion, stepping outside, looking around, seeing nothing. There's no way I imagined that. It was right there. But I sighed, realizing just how tired I was, how sore my eyes were, and how desperately I need sleep. I'll go back to the alley tomorrow. She'll turn up, I thought, trying not to think about her scared and alone, wandering the night looking for me, wondering why I hadn't found her yet. I couldn't sleep. Looking through old photos helped a little. It was nice to see her running through the fields of my old home. God, I miss it. I scrolled through every picture until I got to the most recent one, the picture of her and the other dogs. Smiling, I prepared to set it down when I noticed something strange. There was a sort of pattern to the grass. I thought I was imagining it at first, but the longer I looked, the clearer I saw it. It was like something was under the grass. The lawn seemed to bulge in lines that formed a circle around the dogs, with bits of building ground running between and around them in that circle. It was easy to write off as the natural bumpy dirt under the lawn, but something felt so deliberate about it. Have you ever seen those pictures online? The ones the artists write, the longer you look, the stranger it gets under? I felt like I was looking at one of those. Every time my eyes wandered, I noticed something else off about the picture. 2 birds in the trees I had missed before hung dead, bits of stringy rope tied around their feet to keep them suspended in the trees. The brick walls in the background seemed to have drawings carved into their surfaces. Between the dogs, half hidden in the grass, was something red and white. And finally, Shelby's eyes were a different color than their usual brown. They were yellow. A knock on the door nearly made me throw my phone. I sat up slowly. Something was weird about this knock. It sounded closer. It came again, louder this time, and I felt my body start to shake like my door had when they pounded on it. Someone was in my house, and they were knocking on my bedroom door. I slowly crept out of bed, preparing to run into the bathroom and call 911, when I heard a bark from the other side of the door. I rushed to open it, stepping out into my living room and looked around. Standing in the corner of the room, obscured in shadow, was what looked like a dog. "Shelby?" I asked, voice shaking with fear.
"Shelby."
It called back. Its voice was wobbly, pitched much too high, like it had to squeeze the words out. I froze in my tracks when it spoke, and could only stare in horror as it slowly stood up on its back legs and began to step towards me. It looked like something had taken my dog's skin and stretched it over its frame, but it wasn't a very good fit. Parts of its skin sagged and hung low, while other parts were too tight, starting to tear and seep blood, along with thin, dangling appendages. Its mouth hung open, and it seemed like its true face was watching me from inside. Parts of its body seemed to be moving under the skin, pushing against it, trying to pry through it. It towered over me, at least 7 feet tall, lowering its face inches from mine and sniffing at me a few times. Through Shelby's ajar mouth, I could see things moving, something wet and dark that seemed to be stretching out towards me, like a hand with 100 fingers all crawling along her throat. I stepped back and slammed my bedroom door in its face, turning the lock even though it didn't sound like it was trying to get in. It just kept saying her name, over and over, as I flung open my window and crawled out. The last thing I saw before I dropped to the ground was her snout, pressing under the doorframe and sniffing for me. I'm at my friend's house now. I ran to the nearest gas station and had her come pick me up. I didn't tell her much, just that something was in my house and I needed a place to stay for the night. She was understanding and didn't try to pry. I'm typing this up on her laptop because I don't want to forget or convince myself it didn't happen. I know what I saw, and I know something took Shelby from me. And tomorrow, I'm going back to that alley to find out what. After walking past that creepy church every day on my way to work, I finally figured out why the doors looked so weird. The locks were to keep people from getting out. They told me they had towed it as it was blocking the pavement, and they wouldn't release it until the following Monday. I begged them, give me back my son in his wheelchair, but they just pointed out that I should have read my lease more thoroughly. I keep killing my roommate every night, and he wakes up the next morning as if nothing has happened. Bye, sugar sod. I, a 36 male, ended up having to sign a lease and move in with a complete stranger named Adam almost a year ago. Adam, a 33 male, was a bit unusual, but we got along okay at the start. He was a bit too strict about chores and would constantly use my belongings without permission. We ended up having a massive argument, and I just lashed out in anger and punched him in the face. I remember watching in slow motion as he fell backwards and hit his head off the table. It was very clear that his neck had snapped, as it shouldn't have bent at that angle. I quickly ran to my room and hid. I don't think that I would sleep, but somehow I drifted off. I awoke the next morning and was terrified to walk out of my room as I knew what awaited me. I eventually plucked up the courage and let out a scream as I saw him sitting at the kitchen table eating his breakfast. He looked at me confused and asked if I was okay. I just stood there with my mouth agape until he finally left the apartment. I convinced myself what happened was a dream, as it was the only explanation. That night when he came home, we ended up talking about some random stuff and actually enjoyed each other's company for the first time. I found out we had a lot of common interests. We opened a bottle of whiskey that I had gotten as a bonus for my work and started drinking away. I got a bit too drunk and decided to try something out. I walked into the kitchen and grabbed the sharpest knife we had. I could see the shock on Adam's face as I plunged a knife in his chest repeatedly. I will admit that I got a bit carried away and stabbed him over 100 times. I walked to my bedroom and couldn't wait to see what tomorrow would bring. I woke up the next day and yet again Adam was fine. I realized I could live out my deepest, darkest fantasies, and no one would ever know. Every night, I watched the life leave his body as I used another method to kill him. It became like a ritual that I did just before I went to sleep. Imagine every depraved act you have ever wanted to commit against someone. Well, I inflicted them all on him. I honestly never thought of myself as a sadistic person, but I knew that there would be no consequences for me. The most fun one was when I ran a lawnmower across his body and watched as his screams were cut off as his face was ripped open. I came home one evening and decided to take the night off from killing him, as I was exhausted after a long day at work. I sat down on the couch and just tried to relax. I could see that Adam was giving me a few weird looks, but just ignored him. I saw him shrug before walking away into the kitchen. I had forgotten about him until I felt him stab a fork into my eye. I began to scream in pain as Adam said, "I guess it's my turn now," before running a knife across my neck. I screamed myself awake the next morning and ran to the mirror to find no trace of injury that I had incurred the previous night. Adam smiled at me when I walked out of my room and said he hoped I had a good night's sleep. I ended up moving out of that apartment the following weekend as I couldn't sleep while he was nearby. I thought of everything I had done to him and lived in fear that he would do something similar. This is why I have lived on my own since, as you never know what your roommates are capable of. I decided that I could murder him and then claim self-defense as none could prove that he hadn't tried to kill me. I plunged the knife repeatedly into his stomach and watched as the life left my newborn son's body. There is a reason that Irish people wear green on St. Patrick's Day, by Sugar Sod. You have probably heard of this tradition where Irish people wear green on St. Patrick's Day. It is considered bad luck not to wear something green that day. I am fully Irish, and a couple of years ago, I mistakenly forgot. A couple of people pointed out to me, but I just laughed it off. An old woman approached me and told me to go home and hide before they come looking for me. I just walked away from her as she was clearly out of her mind. I ended up having a great night except for the fact that the old woman kept gazing over at me. I stumbled home drunk after the pub kicked us all out and crawled into my bed while praying that my hangover wouldn't be too severe tomorrow. At about 4 a.m, I was awoken by a thunderous crash downstairs. I reached for my baseball bat that I used as a child and carefully made my way downstairs. I froze on the second to last step as I gazed around my living room. Dozens of tiny little men dressed in green were smashing up the place. I took 2 steps forward as they noticed my presence. They charged at me and I didn't have time to defend myself as they overwhelmed me. I collapsed to the floor under their weight and let out a scream of pain as they began to bite into my skin. Their teeth were incredibly sharp and they easily ripped into my flesh. I managed to get one of my arms free and swung the bat and knocked a few of them off of me. The rest moved back and began circling me, waiting for me to make a mistake. There was blood dripping from their mouths and I could see pure hatred in their eyes. I tried to stand, but my right leg could barely support me due to all the bites it had taken. I was starting to get lightheaded as I had probably lost a lot of blood due to those little monsters. I was trying to decide what to do when they came at me once again. They had grabbed makeshift weapons from around my home, and they were trying to use them to incapacitate me. My right leg gave way as one of them sliced the back of my heel with a knife. I was down on one knee and could barely move due to all my injuries. They moved back and one of the leprechauns moved forward and gave me a look of unbridled disdain. He looked me up and down and turned to one of his comrades and muttered something in a strange language. His comrade rushed outside and came back holding a green suit. The suit was then thrown in front of me. The head leprechaun kept pointing at the suit and then at me. It was obvious he wanted me to put it on. I quickly stripped off what little I was wearing and prepared to put it on. I almost screamed as I tried to put on the trousers as excruciating pain went down my leg. I looked inside the trousers and saw dozens of sharp razors hidden inside. I begged the leprechauns to let me go, but they just kept pointing at the suit. I knew I had little choice and began to put the clothes on. There were hidden blades in every piece of clothing, and I couldn't move without getting pierced by one blade or another. My entire body felt like it was on fire as the suit ripped into my flesh in numerous places. After I finally finished putting the suit on, I gazed down to see the suit now looked crimson due to all the blood that was on it. The leprechauns smiled at me before clapping their hands and disappearing. The suit vanished with them, so I stood there half naked with blood covering most of my body. I have learned from that day to always wear green on St. Patrick's Day and urge you to do the same. She pleaded with me to stop as I shoved the hoover into the hole in her stomach and then began to suck out the excess fat. I kept reassuring my 4-year-old daughter that everything was going to be okay, and this would help her win the pageant. You should never piss off the Toy Story characters at Disneyland Paris. By Sugar Sod. I was that one annoying kid in school who would always take the joke a little too far. I loved being the center of attention, and I didn't care if I looked like an idiot while doing so. I know now that most of the people laughing were probably laughing at me and not with me. For our school tour, we were going to Disneyland Paris, which was really exciting. I live in Ireland and there are very few theme parks here, apart from Teod Park, obviously. I had a small group of people that I thought of as friends, but we were probably just a bunch of losers that hung out together. None of them were going on the trip, so I was a little worried I'd have no one to hang out with. There was an odd number of people going on the trip, so I ended up having a room by myself as no one wanted to share with me. I pretended like I was fine with it, but it hurt a little bit. I was beyond excited when we reached Disneyland and couldn't wait to try out the rides. My classmates quickly broke off into smaller groups and I was left by myself. The teacher gave me a sympathetic look, but they moved off to do their own thing. I started wandering the park and enjoying myself. I did see some of my classmates running around and having the time of their lives. I tried desperately to keep a smile on my face and not burst into tears, but it was difficult. I rounded a corner and saw a load of people dressed up as the Toy Story characters. They were entertaining a bunch of small children and parents who were cheering them on. I watched for a minute or so and then came up with a fun idea. I yelled out, "Andy is coming!" and all of the characters threw themselves to the ground. I heard that the actors are meant to do this as a way of staying in character. The children all started giggling and a few of the parents gave me appreciative smiles. After a minute, the characters all got up and continued their act. I had an evil glimmer in my eye at this point and yelled out, "Andy is coming!" I laughed out loud as the characters fell to the floor once again. The parents were not as amused this time with my antics. I did this another 5 times, and by this time I was getting death glares from the parents, as I was spoiling the fun for their children. I eventually stopped as I was getting bored, and I wanted to check out the rest of the park. I moved away and went on to the nearest ride. It was a roller coaster and I really loved it. When I got off, I noticed the Buzz Lightyear character looking at me. I don't know how I could tell, but it felt like he was looking at me with a look of hate. I quickly walked away as he was starting to creep me out. Over the next few hours, there was always a Toy Story character watching me from a distance. No matter how fast I moved, there would always be one a few feet away. I started to panic at this point and decided to hide from them. I found a nice secluded corner and ducked down out of sight. The sound of merriment in the distance slowly faded as I felt my eyelids getting heavier and heavier. I woke up to pure silence and pushed myself up. I started to panic when I discovered it was nighttime, as we were meant to be back at the hotel hours ago. The park was eerily quiet, and I couldn't see anyone in sight. I was practically running as I went off in search of someone. I eventually spotted a group of people off in the distance and began to make my way towards them. They all seemed to be crouching down over something, but I couldn't tell what it was. My heart sank as I realized it was the Toy Story characters I was approaching. I very carefully made my way forward to get a better look at what they were doing. There appeared to be an animal laying on the ground in front of them. Suddenly, the Woody character lifted his head, and I saw his mouth was soaked in blood as he swallowed some blood-soaked meat. I came to the sinking realization that they were not wearing any masks, and that they actually had the faces of the Disney characters. I finally got a better view of the ground and saw that what they were eating was a security guard. His stomach had been ripped open, and they had been feasting on his intestines. I tried to move away as silently as I could, but then cursed myself as I backed into a bin. All of their hate-filled eyes now locked onto me. Every time I would take a step backwards, they would take 2 forwards. The security guard's blood was dripping onto the ground and leaving a trail behind them as they inched towards me. I turned and bolted away and could hear their steady footprints falling behind me. No matter how fast I ran, they would always be close behind. I had no idea how they kept up, as they were only walking and I was running. I began to tire very quickly, as I wasn't in the best shape due to being very lazy. My sides were hurting and I could barely breathe. I turned a corner and froze after discovering it led to a dead end. I turned around to go another way and froze as the characters had blocked off my retreat. They were even more terrifying up close, as I could see their razor-sharp teeth in their mouths that were dripping with blood. They began to advance towards me, and I knew there was no escape. An idea popped into my head, and I yelled out, "Andy is coming!" A wave of relief washed over me as they collapsed to the ground. I spotted a gap and started to run between them. I fell to the floor as an arm shot out in a vice-like grip latching onto my ankle. I looked back to see Mr. Potato Head character crawling towards me with his arm still holding onto my leg. I kicked him in the face a few times until his grip released. I spent the next few hours constantly running from them. They would always catch up with me, and I would always have to yell, "Andy is coming," to have any chance of escaping. It was starting to get bright when they once again cornered me. I could hear noises in the distance and knew the park was starting to open up. I screamed, "Andy is coming," and prepared to move past their fallen bodies. I felt an excruciating pain in my leg and looked down to see Woody had bitten into my leg. I reached down and began to punch him in the face as hard as I could. His mouth opened, and I watched as he started to chew on a piece of my leg that he had ripped off. I was barely able to walk at this point, and my wounded leg was dragging behind me. I let out a scream of joy as I rounded a corner to find a number of employees coming towards me. They rushed over to me and immediately started tending to me. I saw the Toy Story characters in the distance watching me, and I felt like they were trying to see what I would say. I lied to the staff and told them that I had fallen asleep and then cut my leg on something. I could tell by the looks that they were giving the creatures that they knew what really happened. I was reprimanded by my teachers when they collected me. They eventually stopped giving out after I pointed out that they had left me behind and hadn't noticed. It's been years since that incident, and now I have my own children. I must have buried the memories as my children had asked me to go to Disneyland Paris, and I happily agreed. I only remembered what happened as I gazed at the Toy Story characters and their smiles widened to show their razor-sharp teeth. I slowly took a few steps backwards while holding my youngest as a shield, as they seemed to recognize me. I let out a scream of anguish as I walked into the house to find his body gently swaying back and forth. My 7-year-old son had repeatedly told me he was being bullied at school, but I hadn't realized until now how much it had actually affected him. If you sell me your soul for fame and fortune, I'll come to collect it in 7 years. It's notable how many aspiring musicians come to make this deal at the age of 20. Time Has Forgotten My Neighborhood by As the Raven Dreams. On a clear day, you can see forever, from where you stand to the end of the world. When the sun is shining, and the sky shines a bright blue, you can stand on your roof and bear witness to the entirety of the city, and even the natural formations that meet the skyline. It's honestly surprising how beautiful a small Midwestern town can be when the circumstances are perfect. But that, as stated, is on a clear day, when the sun is shining and there's nothing more than a gentle breeze dancing off the road and rustling the leaves of the nearby trees. I miss those days, those warm days that are outlined with a slight overcast, those spring days where you could feel a gentle rain as it blew in your direction, where a delightful peppercorn washes up and fills your nostrils. On those days before the fog fell over the friendly town, you could comfortably enjoy the outdoors, no matter what season it happened to be. I miss those days where I could go out and greet the neighbors while I went for a walk with my dog, where I could get home, have a nice cup of coffee, and sit in my living room watching daytime television to pass the time. More than all of that, I miss the feeling of time passing. That sensation as you watch the seconds tick away on a clock. There was a point in my life where I never even knew that time was something you could feel internally. But now I know. I would say that it felt like an eternity, but it hasn't felt like anything. It hasn't felt like a day, an hour, or even a damn second. Every single moment is the same moment, no matter how much changes around me, around the town. My mind is unable to comprehend time changing anymore. It's a concept that I'm struggling with in my head. There is no today, tomorrow, yesterday. There is simply the right now, and nothing beyond that, nor before that for me. I can remember previous events, but my memories are all happening at the exact moment that I remember them. My plans take shape all at the same time I decide to do them. I've tried everything to reestablish a flow of time, but nothing works. I've tried to tap my foot to a beat, but it seems that every tap occurs at the same time. I tried watching the clock to see if the second hand moved, but it was in every possible location on the face of the clock at once. I even tried to take my own pulse, to feel my heartbeat, but there was nothing. Attempting to hold my wrist and count with each beat resulted in there being no beats and no counting. Nothing exists beyond this exact moment, and this moment is every moment at the same time. Time not existing isn't the only strange occurrence in my town. There have been a few other things I've witnessed. The first time I went outside, I noticed that there were people outside, all performing various activities, but slowly. My neighbor, Douglas, would walk out his door, go to his mailbox, open it, put a letter in, then walk back into his house. I could see him in his front window as he stepped into his living room, sat on the couch and grabbed the remote, pressing a button to, I'm assuming, turn on his television. He then turned off the TV, grabbed an envelope seemingly from nowhere, then start the cycle over again. I watched him do this at least a dozen times. The cycle never stopped and it never faltered. He always did the same thing. I started noticing the details that may not be important, but they were never different. He always pressed the power button on the remote, then channeled up 3 times. He always sat the remote at the same angle on the couch when he placed it down. The TV always showed the same clip of a dog food commercial. The letter that seemingly appeared from nowhere always had the same name and address on it. He always takes the same number of steps, the same number of breaths. He blinks the same number of times. I would say that I watched him for a long time, and it took a while to figure this all out, but as I said before, there is no time. It's like I watched him once and a million times all at once, and I then knew all of the details. It was like instantaneous knowledge that I had also spent years learning and understanding. Nothing I could do would stop him from his pattern. I attempted to sabotage him by locking his front door. It opened like it was never locked. I tried to hide his remote from him. When he reached for it, it was there again. I tried to smash his TV. I tried to remove his mailbox. When he went to interact with anything that I had moved, it was always where it was supposed to be. Yet, it was also where I had left it. Again, everything exists in multiple places simultaneously. Yet, it was like I had never done anything to the item he interacted with. I had one more idea to try and break him from his pattern. The only thing I hadn't tried to interact with was him. I stood outside of the house and watched him as the letter materialized in his hand. I watched him as he got up from the couch and walked towards the door. He pulled the door open and I stood there. I expected him to either notice me or run into me. Unfortunately, it was the latter that occurred. He walked forward and ran straight into me. When he collided with my body, he didn't stumble back, and I didn't fall or get knocked down. When the two of us collided, something inexplicable happened. When our corporeal forms touched, I began to feel a seemingly random, debilitating pain in my head. The only way I could think to explain it would be to have you place your head in a vacuum chamber. The pressure was immense. I'm not sure if the issue with the time passing had anything to do with it, but I would almost say that I felt all of the pain that Douglas had ever felt in his life within a single instant that lasted an eternity. Well, that alone was terrifying, and ended with me seeing the end of his life, from his birth to his death. I felt the mental strain as his body shut down. I felt the pain of those around him. When it all finally ceased, I opened my eyes and noticed that Douglas was gone. He was no longer walking along his predetermined path. Where he should have been after walking into, or I guess through me, was simply a pile of ashes. Somehow, touching me caused him to completely disintegrate. I stared in horror. Had my actions murdered my neighbor? Was there something about me in this existence that made me the harbinger of death? Or did I release him from this strange place, and he is now able to live his life back in reality? I decided it wouldn't be for the best to keep testing that theory. I had no way of knowing what happened to Douglas, and honestly, I didn't want to go through that agony again. With him being gone, I decided to go through his house and see if anything had changed. To my surprise, everything I had moved still existed. The smashed TV, the broken remote control, the torn pieces of paper from this letter. Despite this, nothing he was interacting with was there anymore. It was as if him ceasing to exist also destroyed everything he was able to manifest. And the mess I had created was all that existed in his memory. I've also checked out the other parts of my neighborhood, only to find the same thing in every house. Every single person had their circular routine that they would perform, and nothing I did would stop it. Miss Newton would fill her washing machine with a basket full of clothes, walk up the stairs, and light a cigarette, all while sitting at her kitchen table. After a single drag, she would walk the 9 steps to the basement door, go down the 11 steps, and fill the machine with the same laundry. Down the way, Mr. and Mrs. Pearson seemed to be looped in an argument. The entire loop plays out with them in the living room. He's sitting in his chair and she's standing in the doorway. The two of them are yelling at each other, but the sounds that they are creating are certainly not human. They sound mechanical, almost like faulty gears grinding against each other. She walks into the kitchen and smashes a plate. Then he walks in and she stabs him with a shard from the plate. He falls to the ground and bleeds out. She steps over him and seems to go to the bathroom and take a shower. Like the others, this loop just keeps playing through, and I've watched him die more times than I possibly count. Honestly, this is the one loop I considered stopping. I considered grabbing her and seeing if she would stop existing like Douglas did, but I can't bring myself to do it. I've honestly been to every house in the neighborhood, and I know every intricate detail of every loop with every person. What bothers me is, as of late, whatever that means to a timeless existence, something has been different with each of the loops. The actions are mostly the same, but there are minor shifts. I witnessed the Pearsons fight like they had been, but when she broke the plate and attempted to stab him with it, he was too far away from her to make contact. Despite this, the ceramic piece still seemed to float and move like it had made contact, and a pool of blood still appeared on the floor. She then walked away as expected, and Mr. Pearson continued into the kitchen, his loop playing out as it should have, with her no longer in the room. He grabbed his neck and fell onto the floor with Miss Pearson in the other room. While these strange glitches aren't happening every time, I am noticing one change that is seemingly more permanent. Every single one of my neighbors seems to be starting to decay. Each and every one of them seems to have changed to a gray hue. Some of them have flesh that's pulling away from the bone. I've checked them all, and it's the only thing that they all have in common. They're all withering away. Their decay seems to be the only thing that is happening in time. I can't tell how fast it's happening, but my brain is able to comprehend that it's not instantaneous. A strike contrast to everything else. It seems that as I watch them play out their routines through 1,000 more cycles, they seem to appear more and more disheveled and more decomposed. With my neighbors almost literally falling apart in front of my eyes, I've considered whether or not it would be merciful to touch them and turn them to dust. Is it better to decay slowly or disappear instantly? I don't want them to suffer, but I also don't want to do something and kill all my neighbors if there's even the slight possibility that this fog will lift and everything will go back to normal. I couldn't live with myself if my actions hurt innocent people, if I had managed to do something that actually brought harm to other people that had nothing to do with the circumstances. At this point, I'm not sure what to do. I've been watching them decay for what I assume has been a while. Some of the neighbors are hitting further levels of decay. Some of them have graying muscles and bones exposed to the air, yet they continue to step through their routines. They continue to run through their mundane tasks, doing the laundry, fighting each other, watering their lawn, and yet they are literally falling apart. I think I'm down to one last option in this situation. I have to try to get out of the neighborhood. I'm out of options. Nothing else is changing. My neighbors are still fading into nothing more than corpses, and time is still its strange flux. The only thing I haven't checked is what's on the other side of the fog wall that surrounds my street. It seems to be surrounding the area in a perfect dome, almost like it's sentient, and chose to encapsulate our neighborhood. Something about the fog terrifies me, mostly because I believe that is what is causing these things to happen. It's what is decaying my neighbors and causing time to not exist. If that's true, then I have no idea what's on the other side, and I don't even know if I'll be able to escape. I can only hope that it's not a solid wall, that it's literally just a fog. Despite my fears, despite the absolute terror that seems to be gripping on my soul, I think it's time I find out. I held my breath as the intruder walked past the bedroom closet, hoping he doesn't look inside. If the cop finds all the bodies I hid there, I'm screwed. As she gazed over the deep pinks and oranges of the Miami sunrise, she said, "After all these years down here, I'm so glad I found a home with you." "Me too," her captor said as he straightened the painting of the beach on the basement wall. Time Has Forgotten Me. Written by As the Raven Dreams. Time can be a fickle thing. For some, a single moment can feel like it is unending, like that exact moment in history could somehow progress beyond eternity, as progression has ground to a complete halt. For others, days seem to fly by in a blink of an eye, and before they know it, they're at their end, lying in a pine box as an aggressive storm brews overhead, and a light fog rolls over the hills of their final resting place. The hands on the clock practice their choreographed dance around the clock, the numbers seemingly meaningless to the mechanical motions. We rarely appreciate that anything could or would ever cause them to misstep, that something could cause the routine to be interrupted. Time feels like a linear thing, like a being that marches towards an inevitable demise, point A to point B. Sure, there are points of importance in between, but there is only two certainties on everyone's timeline, is birth and death, the beginning of your existence and the end. If we were to look deeper at our race from start to finish, one could start to parse the timeline into an infinite number of even smaller point A's to point B's. January the 1st to December 31st. Midnight to 11:59. Sunrise to sunset. Inhalation to exhalation. There are an infinite number of moments that exist as a starting point, and the same number of moments exist as a finish line. I think that's what makes it so fickle in the end. It is nearly impossible to find where we truly began, and even more so to find exactly what has started comes to an end. I know, all this may sound confusing to you, and I can imagine that you're sitting there thinking that I have very clearly lost my mind. And maybe I have. I will say it's been hard to not just snap as I traverse this fog, this seamlessly unending wall of mist that has kept me contained and confused for so very long. I say that, but I can't tell you how long it's actually been. Maybe I've started this story all wrong. Maybe I should have started by talking about the weather. Maybe it would have made more sense then. The problem is, I can no longer do that. I can't tell you about the weather now because you've already heard my words, and I started by saying that time is fickle. My profound quote, one that you may have heard before, is officially our point A, and the start to the timeline where I tell you about my story. The start of the timeline where my words permeate your ears, your brain translate my simple sounds into information, and then proceeds that information into a level of understanding. See? Right there. That process is its own timeline, a beginning and an end of something. I speak, you hear me, you process, you understand. I feel like I'm just muddying the waters more as I try to explain this, causing this fog that's within your mind to grow thicker. If you will, let me try the whole weather thing. On a clear day, you can see forever, from where you stand to the end of the world. When the sun is shining, and the sky shines a bright blue, you can stand on your roof and bear witness to the entirety of the city, and even the natural formations that meet the skyline. It's honestly surprising how beautiful a small Midwestern town can be when the circumstances are perfect. That look on your face, that inquisitive furrowing your brow and slight smile tells me that you've heard what I just said before. Your mind has processed that exact string of information at least once another time, and yet there is no evidence that it's ever actually happened. You and I have never met. We've never spoken before, and this conversation has never happened. Yet something about my voice saying those words in that order has caused you to take pause and rethink whether or not this has happened before. Something about this feels so familiar to you, like you've been here before. Like you've always been here. Maybe you have. Maybe you have been locked within this moment for an eternity and are only thinking that it's passing you by. Maybe time has forgotten you entirely, and you're nothing but a pilgrim stuck in the amber of this moment. There is no why, and more importantly, there is no when. It simply is because it is, and that moment is eternal. A simple line that was to connect point A to point B, but has failed to do so. When that line stops short of its destination, what do we call that? Is that point C? A point A and a half? Or is it simply a new point B? And the original point B simply ceased to exist? I know, I've spent a lot of time talking about you at this point, but let's talk about me, because that's where I've been. I've been stuck in that newly formed, unnamed midpoint for, well, I don't know how long. I don't think there's an answer for how long, because there is no time that has passed, or if time has passed, it's immeasurable. For me, every single moment is the same moment. No matter how much changes around me, around the town, my mind is unable to comprehend time changing anymore. It's a concept that I'm struggling with in my head. There is no today, tomorrow, yesterday. There is simply the right now, and nothing beyond that, nor before that for me. I have been seemingly trapped here and unable to move on for both an eternity and a single moment at the same time. I attempt to get through it, to break free of this freak point in my timeline, but I can't. When this all started, or stopped, I suppose depends on which perspective you subscribe to. I saw my neighbors outside and inside doing various things. The problem was that each one of them was stuck on a loop, almost as if their timelines were disrupted, broken, and sewn back together at the seams. Douglas, my old neighbor, for instance, he would go outside, open his mailbox, put a letter in, and then walk back into his house. He'd then sit down on his couch, grab his remote, and turn on the TV. Then he would grab an envelope from literally nowhere and start the cycle over again. This timeline would start at its point A, and would then follow a circle until it once again hit that start. I attempted to disrupt his cycle, but none of it mattered. I was finally able to break him out of his internal cycle, but it came with a cost. He and I eventually collided, and it was at that point that my midpoint encompassed his entirety. I saw his start, his end, and I felt everything in between. Then he was gone. Or reduced, I suppose. There were ashes left where he should have been, and I don't know if they were him or something else, but I assumed that I had killed him by doing what I did. Interestingly, when he was removed from the timeline, everything that was encompassed with him and his internal cycle had gone as well. His remote, letter, TV, couch. All of it had disappeared with him. Now, beyond poor Douglas, there were others. Each of my neighbors were stuck in their own cycle. I watched other neighbors fight each other, which ended in the wife murdering her husband. But there were some points that would seem off. They were glitching, so to speak. Or maybe it was more that their timelines or time circles had desynced. With no time passing, there was no way to truly measure whether or not things were in sync as they should have been. So I think things started falling out of place. I know it sounds really weird, but I think you know what I'm talking about, mostly because I've told you this already. You may be thinking that you don't remember me telling you about them, or about Douglas, or about any of this insanity, but I have. There was a point in time where I explained every single bit of this to you already. You already know about the desync, about Douglas's routine, and you also know that each of my neighbors had begun to decay, down to nothing more than exposed sinew and bone. You have full knowledge of every single thing that happened. You know all about how time has forgotten my neighborhood. Maybe you just forgot about it as time went on. I mean, it's been a while. Or has it? How long has it been for you? How many times have you walked through your cycles since I told you about all this? Because, for me, I told you about this all a very long time ago. Or at least, I think it was a long time ago. I lost my ability to determine anything related to time somewhere along the way. Maybe it's just a moment ago. I honestly don't know. Really, there comes to a point where all this has to fall in line. Where it has to make sense to you, right? Your mind will certainly process this information, and after the synapses begins and the connections are made, you'll find point B. When you do, you'll get it. It's simple. You just have to walk your straight line from the beginning to the end. You just have to see the start and find the logical end. Now I know that's not something you can do right now, whatever that means to a timeless existence, and that's fine. We have a long time to get to know each other more. A long time to really dig into what all this means for you, for me, for Douglas. That is, of course, assuming our timelines aren't one and the same. Assuming that we aren't just walking through the same circle over and over, and assuming we aren't dancing through the same timeline from point A all the way around back to the beginning. Of course we aren't, though. You know things are progressing. There's time that's passing. Maybe you watched the sunrise this morning. Maybe you'll watch it set this evening. So maybe you know that you're not stuck in a loop. You know that, for you, time has continued on and will keep going forward towards your point B. Don't think too hard about it. It is best just to believe whatever makes you feel better about things, honestly. You wouldn't want to end up stuck in some weird cycle, walking around your neighborhood, blocked in by thick fog and wondering why your neighbors are decaying right in front of you. Or maybe you're already in that position. Anyways, there is one thing I haven't told you much about, and that's the fog. Well, despite your fears, despite the absolute terror that might be gripping your soul, I think it's time you learn some more about it. You see, that fog seemed to encapsulate my neighborhood. It was like a wall that surrounded a few houses on the block, and I genuinely had no idea whether or not I would even be able to escape, to walk through it. I had this idea in my head that I needed to try and break free from the prison that I had seemingly been trapped in. When I approached that wall of fog on the northern end of my neighborhood, I felt a sense of anxiety. It was a bit strange, as ever since I had stopped feeling time, I had seemingly stopped feeling anxious. With my brain being unable to process the passing of time, there was no reason to be anxious about anything. I thought I was feeling fear, but it was more likely to be just my instincts kicking in. Weird things were weird, and my body didn't like it. That anxiety that struck me with the fog was almost comforting. It was a sense of normalcy, a sense that maybe I could finally progress further down the timeline. Maybe I could actually get to my point B. Maybe I could escape. The problem with that thought was, I wasn't sure what escape meant. Maybe it meant getting out of my neighborhood. Maybe it meant falling off the edge of the earth. For all I knew, it could have resulted in me simply falling over dead or wandering the fog for an eternal moment. But it was none of those things, or rather, it was all of them at once. I escaped my neighborhood. I approached the edge of existence, and I've been wandering this fog for some time. I say some time because I don't know if I just escaped, or if it was just a long time ago. The only thing I haven't done is die, mostly because I'm still stuck here in the middle of my timeline. That said, entering the fog wasn't fruitless. I did find something I never expected to find. Another person that was just as lost as I was. There was a small rowboat that was seemingly placed in the fog, and as I approached it, I saw a person lying there, seemingly frozen in time. That person was you, whether you remember it or not. You were lying in the rowboat. You were unconscious in this random place object, and then you woke up. The look in your face was one of confusion. You didn't know where you were, when you were, or maybe not even who you were. Has time passed since then? Have you felt any time pass from the minute you came into this story to right now? I already asked you that question, and you never answered me. Maybe you can't. Maybe you're stuck in a circle and cursed to loop back around, never finding out where your timeline ends. Maybe time has already forgotten you. Maybe you've already heard this story. Maybe you are the one that has been lost in the fog, looking for something new, looking for something to tell you where, when, and who you are. Maybe you'll be here forever, whatever that means to a timeless existence. You see, time can be a fickle thing. For some, a single moment can feel like it is unending, like that exact moment in history could somehow progress beyond eternity, as progression has ground to a complete halt. For others, days seem to fly by in a blink of an eye, and before they know it, they're at their end, lying in a pine box as an aggressive storm brews overhead, and a light fog rolls over the hills of their final resting place. Their hands. When I saw this job advert that promised free accommodations and covered living expenses, I was ecstatic and applied immediately. The elevator has been going down for 20 minutes now, and I'm beginning to regret my decision. Little Nugget by Tetra. What is it with romance? Why does it have to be so awkward and difficult? Movies and books play it off as a simple thing that anyone can do, but we all know that isn't the case. Hell, most people go their whole life without dating a single person. But hey, that's life, right? I guess not everyone is fated to fall in love. Yet here I am finding myself for the 19th time head over heels for someone. Claire reads. That is a someone who my heart has fallen for. I became aware of her in my first semester of college. I remember that day so vividly. I walked in searching for a seat only to have my eyes lie upon a snow-white beauty. Her long black hair paired perfectly with her ruby red lipstick. I couldn't tell you how I felt when I saw her. Of course, mind you, I felt that way before. I mean, who hasn't? But I feel like with her, I can take that small step and ask her. This might sound kind of stalkerish, but I did research and learned about some of her favorite things. Like I know she loves to order the same meal from this chicken place by campus. A number 6, a large chicken nugget meal with a peach tea. She must love nuggets because she orders it every time she goes there. So my plan was to order an extra and offer to her and then strike up a conversation. But life loves throwing curveballs. Either she won't be there on the days I decide to do it, or there'll be some other guy talking to her. Just my luck that happened. I guess I'm not allowed to fall in love. Still, I wish there might be something that could draw her eye to me for once. Maybe she'd feel the same and then we could be a couple. Sorry for the rambling about this, but thank you for listening to a sad loser. Don't fret, my friend, for love is a beat that many can miss, but treat it well and it soon will bloom. A tall, slender man with a long, bearded hair spoke. He flashed a grin at the sad, romantic fool who slumped against the side railing of the bridge. The sad fool is Richard Dunner, a freshman at Canvas University. He had gone out for drinks like many sad romantics do to drink his problems away. That is when he bumped into a strange, well-dressed fellow on his way back home. The man had seen a sense of sadness in Richard's heart, striking up a conversation with the young man. Richard, in his drunk stupor, went to tell the man everything that weighed within his heart. Richard's drunken breath lingered in the air as he released a deep, long sigh. The man flashed a grin. In a snap, he held up a solid black card in his hand. If thou wish it, I can be of help. For those who lost in a stupor can only cry for help. Richard reached for the card, missing it the first 2 tries, but he finally grasped it on the third. He looked at the card and smiled a half smile that one does when drunk. What is this? There's nothing on it. He moved the card around, which it then shined with colors of neon. Oh, it's one of those fancy cards? Cool. 'Tis my card, the man said. You can say, my dear friend, I'm the only one who can help. So, if you wish it, I can let it be that girl falls madly in love with you. Richard smiled a big old grin. Oh man, if you could do that, that would be awesome. Hell, you'd be the best wingman in ages. I wish Claire would like me. Claire, is it? The man said. Oh yeah, her name. Richard slumped down, pressing his butt onto the dirty ground. He let out a long yawn and scratched his chest. Her name is Claire Reeds. He shook his head. If it could happen, I would love to have her fall madly in love with me. The man nodded. Very well, then so it shall be. The man's hair began to dance all around, shining with bright neon colors. Richard's half-open eyes watched in amazement before the drunkenness took him into a deep slumber. The warm sun rays beamed onto Richard's face, making him fidget uncontrollably from his sleep. He awoke from his drunken stupor, coming to realize he had mistakenly slept outside. With a red face mixed with drunkenness and embarrassment, he pulled himself with the railing behind him. He stared down at the morning traffic, his eyes straining to focus. Then a loud buzzing emerged from his pocket. He bent down to his knees as the buzzing began to stress out his hungover brain. He reached into his pocket, pulling out his phone, slamming his thumb onto the dismiss button for his alarm. Shit, time for class. Richard pulled himself back up. He stumbled forward, grasping the rail for support. With a still banging head, Richard sluggishly began his journey back home. Richard stepped out of the shower with wet, dripping hair. He stepped out with the towel wrapped around his waist, grabbing his clothes from last night. He stepped into the laundry room, tossing them aside. As he tossed the pants inside, however, out from the corner of his eye, he spotted a black card slipping out of his pocket. He paused at seeing it. The way it had fallen allowed for the card to shine with bright neon colors. He reached down to pick it up. Thanks to the shower, his hangover that haunted his brain had begun to disperse. But when he tried to remember how the card got into his pocket, his brain seemed to throb. He dare not deal with another pain, and tossed the card in a nearby trash can. He got dressed and brushed back his hair. He stepped into the kitchen and went hunting inside his fridge. A half a liter of soda, 1 slice of bread, along with 4 cubes of cheese, was all that had settled inside. With a deep, growling stomach and a deep, annoyed sigh, Richard slammed his fridge door shut. He gathered his wallet and keys to do what most did during these times of hunger. He went for something fast. Chucklin' Bucklin' was a fried chicken chain that spawned out of a small town from Nebraska. It was well known for their take on fried chicken, with their own claim that it needed only 4 herbs and spices to make theirs the best. Within the company's 5th year, a big branch company came forth offering a large sum of money to the owner, to which he accepted, but only with the rule that all the places followed his exact recipe. Holding true to that promise, Chucklin' Bucklin' flourished within the hearts and stomachs of the populace. Richard made his way past the sliding doors up to the cashier. His eyes followed through the menu like a pebble in a river. His eyes got sight of the number 6, the meal that Claire always gets. Before he ordered, he tilted his head to the restaurant, searching for any signs of her. Then he spotted her sitting in the same spot she always did, next to a window at the left corner. He turned back to the cashier, ordering 2 number 6s, praying that this time he could speak up to her and make some sort of conflict of accidentally ordering 2 meals and maybe possibly offering her the other. This time, he will make this plan work. With his tray in hand full of fresh, hot chicken nuggets, he made his way to the table in front of her. His eyes hovered on her as hers glossed over the book she was reading. Richard moved his eyes to her tray, seeing that her meal of nuggets was already gone. A small grin formed on his face. He sat down, brushing back his hair and fixing his clothes. He took a deep breath and released. Right as he began to open his mouth, he heard a voice. "Hey, you're Richard, right?" He looked towards the voice, surprised to see it was Claire. She stood over him with her bright blue eyes. Richard couldn't believe it. There she was, the person of his affection right there. Moreover, that she spoke to him. Oh yeah, you're Claire, right?" he said with a slight fidget. Claire plodded right next to him. "I don't think we've ever spoke before." Richard chuckled. "Yeah, I don't think we have." Claire's eyes moved to his tray. "Wow, you ordered a lot of food." Richard's mind then realized his situation. He sat up straight and began to shake his head like he had made a mistake. "Oh yeah, I woke up super late and was so hungry. I must have ordered 2 by mistake. I can't possibly eat all of this. Did you want a second one?" Claire looked at him with a slight blush. "Really? You don't mind?" "Of course. I mean, doesn't everyone like chicken nuggets?" Claire smiled at him. Her ruby red lips seemed to shine. "Actually, I order the same meal I come here myself. So, thank you for giving me one." Richard watched as Claire took one of the nuggets, bringing it to her mouth. He couldn't believe it. She was speaking to him, sitting next to him, and eating his food. Oh God, he wished he was that nugget. Claire finished the meal, licking up the ketchup that had stained her lips. She turned to Richard, smiling fondly. "Well, lunch was great, but I have class. Sucks because..." She paused for a moment. "I wanted to talk some more." "Oh, well, class is important," Richard said, though he hated saying that as he had just skipped his own. "Yeah, true," Claire sighed. Richard swallowed down his nerves. "Hey, if you have the weekend off, you want to go out?" The sudden realization of him asking her out came rushing at him. He shook his hands in a frantic panic. As just friends, not a date. "Sure," Claire flashed a smile. "Want to meet up here first? Around this time?" Oh, yeah, that's fine," Richard replied. He watched as Claire waved him goodbye, leaving him alone. Though being alone in such a place would cause him great sadness, this, however, was not the case. He did it. He asked her out. He jumped up from the seat in a joyous manner. "Fuck yeah!" He paused in embarrassment as he heard a soft laughter and saw the state of the strangers looking at him. He sat back down, grinning in victory. The weekend came by fast. Richard watched the time tick away as he waited outside the Cluck and Buckin for Claire. He heard her voice boom down the street as she came running up to him. She fixed her hair before smiling. "Didn't keep you waiting long, did I?" "No. You ready to have some fun?" Richard asked. Claire walked up, grabbing his right arm. "Sure am." With that, the two made their way to the Marine Boardwalk. There, they partaked in all the rides and games that the carnival there had to give. They went through stuffing their guts full of all the delicious and fatty foods they could. And at one point, Richard showed off his old baseball high school pitch by winning Claire a large stuffed penguin at the game of knocking over empty milk bottles. He smiled happily when he watched her snuggle her face into a large, fluffy penguin. They spent the rest of the day walking along the beach, coming to rest at one point, watching the incoming waves. Claire leaned her head against Richard's shoulder, her long black hair covering him like a blanket of incoming night. This moment was something Richard had wanted for a long time, and now he froze like a gargoyle. What could he do? He didn't want to come off too needy. The situation had flowed so natural, right? As he sat there twirling the thought in his head, he felt a tug on his shirt. Turning his head in the direction of the tug, he felt something press against his lips. It was a warm, sweet feel, one that left him speechless after her lips left his. Richard stared deeply into Claire, and once again they shared a passionate embrace. With the night coming upon them, the two returned to Richard's apartment, where their embrace became a full-body experience for the two of them. The only witness to this moment being the large stuffed penguin that stood in the corner. As morning light crept inside the next day, Richard rose up in a daze. He felt Claire's hand still gripping into his. The whole situation was something he had dreamt of, but once he had never thought he would have. After that morning, as they sat down eating breakfast, Richard finally asked if Claire would be his girlfriend, which she gleefully accepted. With that, the two nearly spent every minute of every day at each other's side. They would walk to class together, eat together, and spend the nights together. Every day had felt like a dream, but it wasn't a dream, and Richard knew that. Yet he felt like if he should make one small movement, like blink his eyes, that this would all vanish and he would wake up alone like he always did before having Claire in his life. It was one night during a session trained saliva that Richard, feeling a fear of disbelief, spoke out his concern. "Hey, sweetie, I wanted to ask you something." Claire left her mark on his neck. "What is it, my little nugget?" "Well, not to sound like a downer, but what about me made you want to speak to me? To be honest, I thought you didn't like me since you never even noticed me. I'm just curious." Claire pressed her head against his bare chest. "I don't know, or maybe I should say I can't explain it properly. I just remember looking right at you that day and feeling a force telling me to go to you." "A force?" Richard said. Claire giggled. "Love, you silly nugget." Nugget had been his nickname she gave him since he gave her his other share of nuggets. She reached up and kissed him. "Oh yeah, I guess love is a powerful force to give you to me," he spoke. Claire continued on kissing him, going from his lips down to his neck. Richard leaned back, letting Claire do her work, when he suddenly felt a powerful force clamp down on him. He pushed Claire back from him, who stared at him in confusion. "What the hell? That stung. Did you?" He pressed a hand down on the spot where he felt the force, then he felt the life drain from his face as he stared down the liquid that had come onto his hand. "You bit me?" he shouted. "Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I got carried away," Claire said with a slight giggle. Richard felt scared for the first time in his life around Claire. He jumped off the bed and walked into the bathroom, doctoring up his wound. That is when he met with Claire's eyes in the bathroom mirror. However, he wasn't staring into her deep blue eyes, or her black as night hair, or her snow-white skin. No, this time he was focused on something new. His blood that dribbled down from Claire's lips. "Hey, I'm not feeling so great. Think we can call off tonight?" he asked. "What? Are you sure? I didn't make you mad?" Claire asked. "No," Richard replied. "No, I'm just feeling a little under the weather." Claire licked Richard's remaining blood from her lips. "Oh, all right, but I'll call you when I get home." "Fine, get home safe." Richard waved goodbye from between the bathroom door. He let out a deep sigh of relief and walked into his living room, slumping down onto his couch. What the hell was that? He pressed his hand on the bite mark Claire had left. The following day, Richard avoided Claire, but questioned it. Yeah, she did bite him, but maybe she was getting a little too frisky and did it by mistake. Then why? Why did she stare at him with such eyes only a predator gave its prey? That's what concerned him the most. Pondering this in his mind, Richard accidentally bumped into a young woman. Oh, sorry, he said, offering a hand to the young woman. Thank you. Oh, are you okay? The young woman pointed to the bandage on his neck. Oh, this? Yeah, I'm fine. Let's just say my dad didn't teach me how to shave, Richard chuckled. The young woman tilted her head in a confused manner. Richard waved his hand while he chuckled. Don't worry about it. Sorry for bumping into you again. Richard! Richard felt Claire grasp his left arm, squeezing it between her breasts. What happened? You never responded to my texts. Oh, Claire, hey! Claire's eyes glanced over at the young woman, her eyes looking her from top to bottom. Who's this? She tightened her grip around his arm. Well, thank you for helping me up. I have to leave. The young woman left as fast as she could. Richard waved goodbye and then turned his eyes to Claire, who stared right at him. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I bumped into her. I see, Claire said. She bit her lip. So why didn't you respond to me? Sorry, last night I kind of passed out after you left, Richard said. You're not mad? Claire smiled, then shook her head. Of course not, silly. I could never be mad at you. She reached up and gave him a cute little peck on the nose. Okay. Richard blushed a little bit from Claire's little peck. He rubbed the back of his neck, his fingers touching the bandage he had placed on the bite mark Claire left on him. His thoughts from last night returned. He remembered the passion love-making, followed by the painful spark from her bite. Then he remembered her eyes and how she stared at him. He couldn't believe it, but there was a fear that dwelled in him whenever he remembered that sight. He wondered why there was fear to begin with. This was Claire, the woman of his dreams, someone he finally had the chance to be with. She was sorry that she did it, so there wasn't anything to worry about, right? Hey, are you listening to me? Richard nearly fell back when he regained his composure. Oh, sorry about that, sweetie. Richard grabbed Claire's hand, just lost in thought. So, what do you want to do? Claire bit her lip and hummed. I'm not sure, but I'm sure we can think of something. Something is exactly what they did. No matter what he feared, Richard pushed it behind himself. He was crazy about Claire, and she was crazy about him. So, what if she bit him? He had heard of crazy sex stories of couples doing other things to themselves. Heck, he thought about doing some of that stuff in their lovemaking. Richard chuckled at the idea of doing something kinky in his head. He sipped a glass of brandy that Claire had poured for him after their 4th round. He had never drank brandy before, only drank the cheap stuff. The smell hit him right in the nose, and he couldn't believe how strong the smell was. He chugged it down, the entire drink, placing the glass with a heavy thump on the dresser. It was within the first step back to the bed that Richard began to feel weird. He reached back to the dresser with only his fingertips creasing it. Then, like a sack of bricks, he fell to the floor. Richard wasn't sure how long he was out for. He couldn't believe they had passed out from such a small drink. Then again, he had passed out before, but with the cheaper stuff. Oh, that one small weakness of his love to drink, but can't hold it. He woke with a rousing headache, much worse than the night he had slept outside. Had he hit his head on the way down? Wait, there's another feeling that's bothering him. It's like something is picking him apart, not like someone plucking his hair off his arm. No, it's more like someone is taking a cookie cutter to his skin. That's impossible, isn't it? Richard's eyes opened to reveal to him a sight that he wished he didn't see. Hell, he thought he was trapped in a nightmare. Right there on his chest, digging deep into him, was a cookie cutter, reassuring him that the feeling he felt was right on the money. That is when he noticed his arms and his legs were tied to the kitchen table. Huffing and puffing, he searched for Claire, hoping she was all right. That's when he heard her humming. He did his best to look towards the kitchen, bending his head backwards to see Claire dressed in only an apron. Her cute peach-sized ass that Richard loved, moving in the tune of her hum. Claire? Richard said groggily. Claire whipped around with a devilish little smile, a large butcher knife in her right hand. "Oh, hey, sweetie," she said so innocently. "What's going on? Why am I strapped to the table? And more importantly, why is there a cookie cutter in me?" Richard asked. Claire skipped over to him, stabbing the knife into the table. She bent down, her black like midnight hair touching his face, making his nose itch. "I love you so much," she spoke. "Claire?" "Oh, Richard, I just can't help my love for you. I have to have you all day." "Okay, I understand, but this?" Richard said, using his head to point to his situation on the table. "Then, when I saw you with that other woman, I got so scared that you might leave me. I can't have that," Claire said. "Claire, listen to me," Richard shouted. He paused in his shout upon seeing those eyes. The eyes from that night digging fangs into Richard. Claire pressed on the cookie cutter, causing a great deal of pain to flood into Richard. He cried as Claire pulled it up along with a piece of skin and muscle it had removed. She swiped her finger along the bloody mess, bringing it to her lips and licking it away. Richard couldn't believe what he was witnessing. "Oh God, how I love you so much." She walked back to the kitchen with the flesh she had cut. Richard couldn't see what she was doing, but heard the sounds of her chopping. "Claire, please, why are you doing this?" "Oh, little nugget," Claire said without turning her gaze to him. She rolled the chopped pieces of Richard's flesh in flour before dropping into a bubbling pot on the stove. "You see, this way I will always have you." She turned back over to him, dragged the knife along the counter. "Claire, don't do this, please. I'll never leave you. I love you so much," Richard said. I know," Claire repeated. "But this way I can have you within me. What greater joy is there?" "But that isn't love," Richard shouted. Suddenly Claire clamped her hand over his mouth. She held the knife to his temple. Fear shot throughout Richard's body. It was then that he saw the strangeness in her eyes. The eyes were no longer eyes of a predator looking at its prey. Now they were the eyes of a desire-filled psychotic. Also, Richard could have sworn he saw a glint of neon flashing within her eyes. "Claire, please," he cried. "Don't worry, I won't waste a single piece of you, my little nugget." Claire raised the knife into the air. "I love you so much." Richard's voice became a shrill shriek as the knife came down. After all the painful shrieks had quieted down, Claire went back to preparing her strange meal of love. She came back to the table where Richard's lifeless and torn corpse lay. She sat down with the plate with 20 pieces of nuggets made from his flesh. She brought one to her lips, biting down upon it. Her lips quivered with excitement. Grabbing another piece, she then soaked it in his blood, adding the rich iron taste to his fried skin. After she munched down on her meal, Richard's blood flowed down her lips and onto the other pieces. She finished off her first plate and questioned if she should have another. Looking at his body, she assured herself there will be plenty left if she wanted a second. For now, Claire had him to herself, and wasn't going to waste a single piece. After decades of torture and agony, I was finally lifted up in the sky, thinking I had served my time in hell. "Doctor, we lost him for a second," I heard the nurse say when I opened my eyes. As an intrepid explorer and treasure hunter, I have spent the last decade of my life excavating these desert ruins without any luck. Though I am certain the ancient Americans placed importance on these 3 triangle symbols, all I have found are some tubes of blackish, glowing water and a bad case of the flu. Clean Slate by Michael Page. Grace Merritt almost choked to death on a Saturday morning, roughly 2 a.m. She awoke to a burning anger in her stomach, a sharp, twisting feeling that felt as though her innards were looping into a bloody knots. Ignoring it and falling back to sleep was not an option. Vomiting was inevitable. She had been experiencing an awful sore throat for the past 2 days. This would surely make it worse. Semi-sluggishly, she forced her body out of bed and awkwardly stumbled into the bathroom. Her knees dropped to the linoleum tiles. She bent over the bowl and stared down into the watery throat. Tears flushed her eyes red. What had started as an uncomfortable aching abruptly rose to a cataclysmic wave of agony. Breathing became difficult and then, within the same second, impossible. Panic erupted like a box of firecrackers inside of her. An obstruction of some kind was harshly pushing up her esophagus. Panic sweat washed over her. She choked out a few horrid croaking noises. Her nails scratched and bent into the wall of the ceramic edges. The obstruction was cutting, excavating the walls of her throat as it continued its horrible climb. Her lungs screamed furiously for air. She forced 2 fingers past her uvula and prodded the back of her throat in a desperate effort to force out the blockage. Finally, in a miraculous effort, the foreign obstruction came loose. Blood and stomach acid filled the toilet bowl, followed by a loud plop. She spurted out a few desperate breaths of phlegm in relief. The pain in her throat was like razor blades coated with salt, scraping their way up her windpipe. Once most of her wits were finally reorganized, she brushed away her black hair and peered into the tainted water. Beneath the floating layer of unspeakable matter was an object, oval shape and seeing the bottom of the bowl. It looked like a pocket watch. Hummed Dr. Parley with one hand managing the depressor over Grace's tongue, while the other shined a light into her gullet. Despite the late hours and abrupt appointment call, his demeanor didn't waver. He hummed again.
No doubt. Your throat's been through a rough beating, and you have no recollection of the object?
Not at all, she muttered in a hoarse, bruised voice. I don't own anything like it. She stared vacantly at the counter where the plastic bag holding the pocket watch was. Its golden case was slightly discolored and blemished with bodily stains. Blue alloyed hands ticked effortlessly over its Roman numerals. The bow was somewhat dented, probably from being forcibly dragged up her throat. A section of her drained thoughts still believed they were asleep. From a dream standpoint, this all seemed more plausible. Only in a dream would you vomit out a pocket watch. Only in a dream would you scoop it out of the toilet and put it in a plastic bag. Outside a dream, she was just crazy. Could it have been something to do with her disorder? Oh, don't worry, you are crazy. The hollow voice in her hollow head chimed. Not only was her usual doctor gone, but her husband was also. The only one she truly needed right now.
Have you ever had a history of swallowing hazardous, inedible things? Possibly even in your sleep?
Dr. Parley asked. She shook her head solemnly, adjusting her thin glasses as she did. The doctor gave a cursory glance over his paper, a crease of loose skin twitching under his deep-set eyes.
It says here that you were diagnosed with the onset of schizophrenia not too long ago.
Yes, she croaked. 6 years ago, I think.
Right.
The doctor muttered, tapping his pen against his chin crinkles.
It's possible that they could be related. It's also possible that they couldn't be. For now, all we can focus on is the solution. There will no doubt be some pain from the swollen tissue in your throat while your esophagus repairs itself. We'll write you a prescription for the pain. And if there are no signs of improvement in a week, then we'll bring you in and run some tests. I recommend you focus solely on softer foods that'll go down easier. Also, if you aren't a smoker, now would be an awful time to start. If something like this occurs again, though, then come back in and let us know.
Thank you, Grace said, clearing her throat gruffly.
Oh, one more thing.
He said as he pinched the plastic baggie and held it up.
What would you like to do with this?
The eerie thing stared back at her, ticking away in its plastic prison. I'll keep it for now. Maybe if I can find out where it came from, it will hopefully prove I haven't lost my mind. Dr. Parley chuckled at this.
Who hasn't these days?
Grace paced back and forth from the kitchen to the living room, with the phone firmly against her skull. She didn't know the time, nor did she care. All she wanted was to hear Welland's voice instead of these insufferable ringtones. Maybe he'd know what happened. Her husband always had a thing for collecting antiques. That wouldn't explain how it ended up in the toilet bowl, of course, but anything at this rate would be better than sitting in the chasm of unanswered questions. Right now, his voice would be enough to get her fix. The pocket watch was laying on the kitchen table, ticking away its guts of clogs and springs. The fact that it was still working fine made Grace feel like it was mocking her. It was like she was inside the Twilight Zone episode.
Once the watch starts, so will your heart.
The narrator reads from the teleprompter.
Hello?
Wayland's voice answered. Hi, she rasped hastily. The painkillers had done their job for the most part, but ever so often another fractional surge of pain would fire off. Can you hear me okay?
Jeez, is this Grace or Voldemort?
Wayland muttered with some garbled feedback of him shifting positions on the other side.
You sound sick as a dog.
Mostly in the head. Grace sighed while her fingers kneaded her temples.
Hey, what's going on?
She bit the chapped lip of her bottom lip. Something happened. Something I don't know how I'm going to explain to you. Please don't think I'm crazy.
Spit it out.
His voice persisted. Yes, go on and tell him. Tell him about what you coughed up hours ago. I'm sure he'll understand that Miss Merritt is off her rickety rocker. The hollow voice hissed, but she had to tell him. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Something like that couldn't stay in the cerebral vault. Eventually, it would gnaw its way out like a flesh-hungry bacteria. But this was her husband, the man she answered yes to on that rainy afternoon in the park. Even as he knelt there drenched and freezing, his smile was brighter than the diamond ring on his finger. He was the one she'd spend the rest of her life with. 3 months from now would be their 10-year mark. That alone was quite a milestone nowadays. But what made it even more special was the fact that they never argued or fought before. How many couples kept those bragging rights? He understood. He always understood. I'm going to send you a picture.
A picture of what exactly?
Just wait. Tell me if you recognize this. Promise me, okay?
Alright, I promise.
Waylon responded with some hesitance as Grace tapped her screen and sent the attachment over. His phone vibrated on the other end.
What is this? A watch?
Yes. Do you recognize it at all? Even slightly? Nervousness carried her voice. Waylon shuffled on his end again.
Not at first glance. What is this about?
She collapsed on the couch. The tether of sanity she desperately clung to was thinning, becoming more and more intangible. Right back to the chasm. Right back to square fucking one. It came out of my stomach. The words oozed out bitterly.
You're going to need to run that by me again.
I puked it up, almost choking to death too. The doctor had no idea what to tell me. He looked at me like I was crazy. I am, aren't I? She ignored the throbbing ring of pain that followed. I don't know what to do or think.
Hey, it'll be okay.
Waylon said with his signature tenderness. For a moment, Grace could see his smiling face again. Just the thought gave her a tepid warmth. It wasn't much, but it would sustain her. Come home soon. I need you here.
I know you do. I'll be back tomorrow night, so it won't be too much longer. We'll figure this out together, just like we always do. Now, get some sleep, okay?
Okay, she replied pitifully and sighed. I love you.
Love you too, Gracie.
The queen-size bed had never felt emptier. Grace managed to get 2 or 3 hours of sleep, but inevitably kept waking up. Every glob of saliva she swallowed awakened a fresh coat of hot pain. Her stomach churned and ached irritably. Just the distant thought of vomiting again felt worse than death. Maybe it would be a bigger watch this time. Maybe too big to cough up. Water. She just needed a few sips of water. She crept lethargically out of bed, put her glasses on, and wandered into the bathroom. The door, on its broken jamb, closed lethargically behind her. They had yet to fix it after Grace had woken up in her sleep a few nights ago, tripping over the throw rug and slamming right into the door frame. She had the sunken goose egg to prove it, too. Waylon figured their new prescription of neuroleptics had caused the mishap. Another clenching pain scratched the wall of her stomach. It's okay. Everything is always okay. She comforted herself warily and sipping some water from the faucet. The tunnel of pain stung and burned its rebuttal. There was a click at the doorway. Grace shut off the running water and turned towards the door. The knob rattled softly and then fell still. It's okay, she repeated sheepishly. The loss of sleep and the rationale must have been getting to her. The knob twisted again, more loudly this time, accompanied by the clunk sound of the lock not releasing. It's not a bad person, a voice from the other side spoke to her. Grace covered her ears and sank to the floor with her shoulders against the tub. Open the door, please. A loud thump shook the door. The knob jerked back and forth violently and relentlessly. It's okay. It's okay. Grace whimpered. Slides of memories began to ransack her brain. The colony of fat rats hiding in her family's loft. The blood splurting from her sliced finger when she was 12. The glassy stare of the dead birds her gray cat killed and brought home.
Grace, open the fucking door!
The voice screamed as the wood of the door splintered and snapped. It's just an episode, her own survival voice called to her. The door isn't even locked.
Open it!
Just keep breathing. Everything will be okay.
I don't want to hurt you.
Everything is always okay. Tick, tock, tick, tock. The episode lasted for 30 minutes, but to her exhausted brain, it might as well have been days. Remarkably, Grace was able to fall asleep when it finally passed. Her dreams were nothing but vague hallways and ticking chasms. Sometime later, she awoke again, aching and sprawled out in an uncomfortable position. The floor tile left an imprint on her cheek. She then stood up, took a shower, brushed her teeth, got dressed, took some Sequel, and then started to clean. That's what she needed to do. Cleaning was the ultimate coping mechanism, or so she had been told all her life. When her grandparents perished in a car accident, Mother cleaned. When their chocolate lab contracted cancer, Mother cleaned. It was not the worst placebo in the world. Grace never saw her mother cry when faced with an unexpected circumstance. She merely muttered the word, "I best clean." And that was just what Grace did as the sun rose. She mopped the floors, loaded the laundry, vacuumed, dusted the deep crevices of every nook and cranny, unloaded and folded the laundry, and ignored the pocket watch sitting on the kitchen counter. The mantra wasn't a lie. She did feel better. It felt as if that fleeting touch of control was within reach again. The last thing left to do was to clean out the bedroom closet. As she began to empty everything out and rested on her bed, she came across her box of receipts, another habit adopted from Mother Dearest. Nowadays, she only used it for expensive transactions. It was a safe bet in a world of rip-off artists. Waylon never took an interest in it himself. One of the top pieces of thermal paper caught her eye. She picked it up and stared at it. She didn't stop staring at it for some time. The raw, irritated sheet in her throat pulsed. Her heart rate increased dramatically. Gatescal Watch Services. Hunter Pocket, total, including tax, $350.67. She sat heavy on the bed, eyes glued to that small piece of paper. The date printed on it was from 2 days ago, Waylon's birthday. Had it been a gift for him? No, that wouldn't make sense. If she had bought it for him on his birthday, how did it end up in her stomach? What backwards crazy shit linked point A to point B? Come to think of it, she couldn't remember what they had done for Waylon's birthday. The depths of her tangled bits of memory held nothing related to dinner arrangements, cake, or even the purchase of the gift itself. She clearly hadn't forgotten about it. The date was evidence of that, wasn't it? It was a lead, albeit a vague, aggravating one, but a lead nonetheless. She pocketed the receipt and grabbed her car keys. The hanging bell on the shop door chimed.
"I'll be right with you."
The man working the counter greeted her before returning to his current customer. Grace nodded to him and browsed the wares. The shop was relatively small, but had a plethora of glass cases containing jewelry, including rings and all manner of watches. She was hoping that perhaps something there would prod a memory awake.
"Sorry for the wait."
The man apologized as he approached her. He was heavy-set and wore a formal button-up red shirt and black dress pants. The name tag on his shirt said Randy.
How can I help you?
I was hoping you could help me with a sort of odd question I have, Grace said, rolling her shoulder back uncomfortably. I believe I purchased a watch here a few days ago. Do you remember me by any chance?
I sure do, Mrs. Merritt.
Randy said, flashing a I love my job smile at her.
How does your husband like the watch? Is it causing him any problems?
Grace's eyes stared intensely into his. My husband was with me? Randy nodded, giving a semi-speculative look to complement her empty stare.
He was the one who picked it out.
I see, she replied softly, and then thanked him for his time.
Happy to help.
With a puzzled look plastered on his face, the man waved as Grace turned to leave. During the drive home, Grace felt disconnected from her thoughts. The cell phone resting on her lap had Wayne's 10 digits glaring on the screen, waiting for the call. She wanted to put them through, but also didn't.
Not at all.
Wayne's voice
Not at
repeated,
all.
bouncing and flopping around
Not
in her
at
skull. He didn't recognize it at all. That's what he had said.
Not at all.
But he had picked it out.
Not at
He had
all.
picked it out for his birthday.
Not at all.
Bubbles congregated and festered in the septic tank inside of her head. Wayne never lied to her. Not without a damn good reason, anyway. He wasn't that kind of man. Was he trying to be funny? No, there was nothing funny about this. About halfway home, she pulled the car over and wept into the steering wheel. How quickly could someone's world change overnight? The reality she was so familiar with felt sucked away, lost to the cosmos. Why was this happening to her? It was then that an odd feeling came over her. It felt as if her thoughts ejected from her skull, like a mushroom dispersing its spores. Her brain was empty, yet also full. She was ushered back home, not by a voice, but by a feeling. Grace's body drove the rest of the way home while her mind left a semblance of thought or consciousness in the back seat. She pulled into the driveway and raced through the front door. Without hesitation, she descended on the couch and removed the 3 pillows and cushions. She unzipped them down to their naked, foamy bodies and started to examine them like a pathologist conducting an autopsy. What she was looking for did not cross her mind. Every so often, her neck would jerk back towards the front door. But why? Here, a small slit in one of the cushions' corner. The sight of it alone filled Grace with a pungent anxiety. She felt as though an invisible trap plate were inside the slit, waiting to snap her fingers like a rat's neck. Despite the feeling, she reached a few fingers hesitantly towards a small, narrow cut. "Stay out," it said. But she did not. Her fingers poked through and felt around the delicate textures. The vivid, drowning feeling came back. The pocket watch was still in the kitchen, ticking, ticking, ticking away with its horrid springs and gears, as if sent from the bowels of Salvador Dali's madness. "Stay out," the slit screamed. "Stay out, stay out, stay out!" Something small grazed her fingertips. She pulled it out of the polythene fabric. It looked like a black marble with a pupil-like gray center. It took some searching, but she was able to find an image that looked similar to the object seen next to the laptop. The image, which resembled a plastic bag filled with black marbles, was attached to a week-old article that had been published in the Daily News under the headline,
"Clean slate. Illegal forget-me drug perplexes experts." At first glance, this drug sweeping through America's streets may resemble harmless toy marbles, but this could not be farther from the truth. It goes by the name Memory Eater, and more recently, Clean Slate. The drug is a highly potent cocktail of synthetic opioids. Don Crow, Director of Forensic Chemistry at Crewman Chemical, explained. Whether it is melted and injected, swallowed, or smoked, it does not take a high dosage to wipe users clean of their memories for up to 24 hours. We are not yet sure what dosage amount affects these numbers. Just another ugly head we need to cut off. Over the past 5 months, South Carolina authorities have seized at least 30 batches of clean slate statewide, Columbia being a significant problem area. We're still not positive what gives its center that signature gray color, proclaimed Arthur Gillis, the toxicology program manager at the Lexington State Lab. From sample to sample, we have seen small traces of fentanyl, LSD, and the date rape drug, GBH. Because quantities of ingredients can differ from batch to batch, it's possible that there are more sedatives added than we have seen thus far.
Grace stopped reading. She heard an excessive tapping in the back of her brain, which she soon realized was her finger on the desk. Clean slate, the eater of memories, was hiding inside of her couch. But how had it gotten there? The realization overtook her like a pool of black water, starting at her ankles and then rising over her head. The pupil like gray spots staring back at her. She wouldn't be surprised if it blinked at this point. Where had Waylon gone? On a business trip. That's right. How silly of her to forget. Tires rolled over the driveway. William was home. The day had already slipped away from her. The couch, he'll notice everything. Grace mentally screamed as she realized that the moment Waylon strolled in, he'd see the autopsy she had performed on the cushions. She quickly shut off the laptop, tucked the marble into her pocket's deepest pit, and raced into the living room. The large garage door bellowed as it was hoisted open. He was pulling in now. Grace forced down the anxiety like a fat pill, or a pocket watch, and turned the cushion cases inside out and over her arms. She then grabbed each one of them through the case and flipped them around in one shot. The extra dense foam in the last cushion struggled to fit back into the coverage. Wayne's car door opened and closed inside the garage. She batted and forced the foam back into the casing and quickly zipped it back up.
Hey, babe.
Waylon's voice bounced from the garage entrance. Even now, it still carried that invisible tranquility to which Grace clung so desperately to. "Hi," she responded hoarsely from the kitchen sink, where she was washing her hands. In strolled Waylon with his black duffel bag dragging at his side. He was wearing one of his blue dress shirts, which he had tucked lazily in his jeans.
Your throat still sounds awful. Has it got any better?
Hard to tell, but I think so, Grace responded adderly. Waylon plopped the duffel bag on the couch and pecked a kiss on her cheek. The stubble on his chin tickled her face.
Tell you what, I'm gonna be sick of driving for a while.
He sighed with relief and wrapped both arms around her waist. His hot breath wafted down her arms as he swayed both of their bodies as if slow dancing to a romantic ballad. His fingers came dangerously close to the marble hidden in her pocket.
What is that?
He asked suddenly. An anxious bubble filled Grace's throat. What is what? He unraveled his arms around her waist and moved towards the counter where the pocket watch sat.
Is that from the same picture you sent me the other day?
Grace's nerves began to realign themselves while the anxiety-filled bubble sank for the time being. Yeah, that's it.
Right.
Waylon said, leaning over the ticking body.
What did you say happened again? That you coughed it up?
She nodded vacantly. Waylon's expression turned inquisitive.
Are you sure about that? I mean, isn't that a little, forgive me for this, hard to swallow?
She adjusted the bridge of her glasses with her index finger. It isn't funny, I could have died. Her response was quiet. Waylon swayed both of his hands like white flags.
Sorry, that was uncalled for. But you must admit, It sounds like something from a dream or something. Regardless, shouldn't we just toss it out?
Her teeth sank into tender pink flesh of her tongue. The whirlpool of anger and apprehensive thoughts in her head were starting to sound like a chorus. Ask him, the ensemble of hollow voices demanded. Ask him everything, and sink this ship. Does it look familiar to you at all? She asked. Now was his chance to come clean. Now was his golden absolution.
Nope. Still nothing.
Waylon said after a cursory glance as though to humor her. He then went to grab his duffel bag from the couch. Gray stared at his back in thick bewilderment. The chorus shifted and now sounded like the consultant at the watch store repeating.
He was the one who picked it out.
She wanted more than anything to keep prying, but clearly Waylon had no intention of sharing. An idea then sparked.
He was the one who picked it out.
Let's have some drinks tonight, and I'll warm up some dinner. Waylon turned to her with one of his dark eyebrows raised.
Are you sure that's a good idea, with your throat and everything?
I'll sip it if I need to, but right now, I could use a drink. Her husband flashed that same signature smile that she had fallen in love with all those years ago.
Sounds good. Let me finish unpacking.
As Waylon scooped his things from the couch, Grace started to prepare dinner. She warmed up some leftover rotisserie chicken and brought out a bottle of red wine. She poured 2/3 of it into their tulip-shaped glasses. Unconsciously, she had already taken the marble out of her pocket and dangled it over one of them. What are you doing? Her last line of rational questioning, though it sounded more like a whisper. This is insane. Just go to the police. You have evidence. Tell them everything. Why play this game? Answers, she muttered. When she finally decided to take the step of no return, she realized her fingers had already let go. The black spear had vanished into the red glass and clanked against the base. She stirred it a few times with the spoon, making it clatter around. At first, she was worried that it wouldn't dissolve properly into the liquid, but it eventually disintegrated. She begged inward for there to be no strange flavor or aftertaste. By the time Waylon finished, she had already prepped the table for them. He took the seat across from her and started digging in.
Thanks for this, babe.
He said between bites of chicken. His eyes wandered to the wine glasses.
Jeez, feeling parched tonight?
I think we both could use it. She giggled and sipped a little wine, the dryness pulling at the healing walls of her throat, which still burned angrily. Waylon picked up his glass and slurped down a few swigs. She watched him with keen attentiveness that she hoped wouldn't reflect on the surface. His mouth contorted slightly as his tongue dragged over his teeth. The world stood still for a moment. Then he continued cutting into the chicken. No reaction yet. She had no idea how long it would take or what the exact effect would be. But it was too late to turn back now. Honey, she spoke softly. What did we do for your birthday? He finished chewing and then nodded a few times.
We drank a lot. You were pretty far gone, too. We didn't even finish the movie we started.
His sentence finished with a jaunty ear-to-ear grin. Grace cut her food aimlessly. Did I get you anything? Noise escaped his closed chewing gums.
You bought me cake from the store. Why do I feel like I'm being cross-examined if all of a sudden?
A cake. Yes, of course there was a cake, just like there was a movie. Oh, right, Grace mumbled airily. Silly me, I must have completely forgotten. I've forgotten a lot of things lately, haven't I? In that instant, as the last of her words drifted out, a clear shift passed over Waylon's expression. He rested the silverware gently on the table and looked at her. The light in his eye, that light with which she had become so familiar, melted into an icy glare. This was not Waylon, but a stranger who was sitting across from her wearing his face.
What is this really about?
He said pensively. A stroke of fear passed over her from that numbing stare. Something was at risk of being over-simulated. Something that could even hurt her. For a moment, she felt like recanting and hiding behind that safe shell of consent. But no, that was the grace that this candy man wearing Waylon's face wanted to keep. That grace was isolated from her memories and felt stupid and merry. It was time for answers. Grace stood up and slammed both palms on the table. The glass and plates rattled. "What was in the couch cushions?" she forced out. Her sudden outburst did not provoke a reaction out of him. Not yet, anyway.
Come again?
He asked in an almost purposely vexing tone. "Enough games." Her voice split into a harsh, grating sound. "I already know about your stash. Do you want to know how I found it? Honestly, I wish I could tell you. I don't even know myself. But it was like some sixth sense of deja vu. So tell me, honey, how was your business trip? Were you just restocking your inventory?" Despite Grace's outbursts, Waylon merely sat there with that stranger's look still embroidered over his face. A few veins bulged from his hand, which rested on the table, but nothing more.
Are you finished?
He asked sharply.
Or are you going to keep lashing out like a child?
"Stop dismissing everything!" she shouted through the brilliant pain flaring up in her esophagus, her eyes rolling towards the unmoved pocket watch. "When did you start doing this exactly? Around the time I was diagnosed? Do I have schizophrenia, or has it been a side effect this whole time?" Still, no reaction out of him. "I saved the receipt, you know. I even went to the store and confirmed it myself. Isn't it a little strange that you don't recognize a watch that you picked out?" Chair legs scraped abruptly against the floor. 1 second, Waylon was sitting, and the next, he had bolted from the table and lurched directly towards her. It happened so quickly that her only reaction was to back away until the wall bumped her spine. Their faces were now an inch or two apart.
Listen.
He breathed over her like a tiger over its prey.
I love you. Please, try to understand that. I admit I'm far from the perfect husband. But I do my best to be my best. Sometimes that isn't good enough, though. Sometimes I have to co-op imperfections to chew their way out. Who doesn't? But losing you because of any of those imperfections would kill me. I made some terrible choices, Grace, but they were for us. So forgive me. Forgive me for trying to keep what we had for 10 years intact.
Her hand slapped his face, and the finger-shaped marks left on his cheek flushed red. It was the first time she had ever hit him. His eyes changed again. They did not reflect anger. This emotion was far more terrifying. His stare turned numb and ghostly, as though he was conscious but not. Suddenly, the world fell off center. She slid down the wall and sprawled on the floor. The side of her face that he hit pulsed and tightened painfully. Waylon paced back and forth and then strolled away. She could hear him cursing loudly in the next room. A bewildering haze started to fill her skull, amassing like a fat cloud of smog. the pooling haze causing her vision to glaze over, and for a second, she could remember it. It was hazy and brief, like fleeting rudimentary images of a dream, but still coherent. Bathroom tiles, pocket watch, locked inside, Waylon screaming, splintering wood. For a moment, she was not the Grace laying on the kitchen floor. She was the Grace she had forgotten about 2 days ago before the memories had been slurped away. Clean slate, pocket watch, out of time, remember, please God, remember. She needed something to remind herself again, something that Waylon couldn't find. The haze was eating at her thoughts. In one fell swoop, the watch was inside her mouth and forced down her throat in a maelstrom of pain and agony. How she did not choke to death was a miracle, but it did not matter. What mattered was the results. Maybe it would prompt an X-ray at the hospital. Maybe it would come out the back or the front. But she knew she would see it again. And she knew that she would remember.
Make me do this.
Waylon's voice sprung back and dispersed the haze. His shoes returned to the room and wandered towards her. Something heavy and filled with little objects rattled.
I'm sorry, Gracie.
He said with a remorseful exhale.
I'm just doing my best. I hope you can understand that.
The slash of pain on the side of her head made her quiver. Move, her thoughts nipped. Must move, get the hell out. She pulled herself up, corrosive fear causing her joints to seize up, and made concentration difficult. He grabbed the nape of her neck and forced her back to an upright position. Between his thumb and index finger was a familiar black marble. The rest of them were in a tightly wound plastic baggie.
Open,
he said in a vehement tone. She shook her head, his finger dug into her lips, trying to pry her mouth open. She scratched and slapped his face as hard as she could.
Listen to me,
he bellowed as her nails opened up 3 slits on his cheek. His thumb pushed up her jawbone painfully, his fingertips forcing their way relentlessly past her lips. She bit down on them as hard as she could. Suddenly, his grip loosened, a glazed expression overcoming a look of frustration on his face, and he stumbled backwards and collapsed into one of the chairs.
What did you do?
He asked weakly as he clung to the last strand of awareness. She stared at her unconscious husband for some time, struggling to cope with the paralysis and corrosive anxiety pooling in her system. I best clean, she thought. Yes, it was time to clean. By the time Grace hit Route 50, it was roughly 2 a.m. or so. The vast 2-lane stretch of road cut through miles of farmland and pitch-black pastures. It was no wonder one of the nicknames was the loneliest road in America. Fitting, Grace mused. The neon lights of downtown Rio were now glimmery specks in her side view mirror. She had no idea how long she'd been driving now, nor did she care very much. Ever so often, a pair of headlights, typically trucks, passed by.
Where are we going?
An exhausted Waylon asked from the back seat.
Where are we going?
She didn't answer him an hour ago, and she still wouldn't now. Eventually, when she felt the need to, they pulled over on the side of the desolate road. The door on Waylon's side unlocked. Get out, she said hollowly. From the rearview mirror, she could see him staring at her at an almost childlike gape. He smacked his lips uncomfortably. Now, she finished, much louder this time. Waylon popped open his door and stepped over the pebbles and the rumble strips. Before the door even closed behind him, the car lurched forward and returned to the jet-black road. Although there was no way of seeing him shrinking silhouette behind her, Grace still checked every so often. Yet, her foot pressed on that gas with an absurd amount of ease. Waylon's cell phone and wallet were tucked away in the glove compartment. All that was left to his name were his clothes on his back and an empty brain of looted memories. She still wasn't sure how many of those black marbles she forced down his gullet. How many actually reached the stomach or just melted away in his mouth. He could have overdosed, but she didn't even consider it then, or now. It didn't matter. She got the results she wanted. The bastard didn't forget the past few hours. He'd forgotten everything. Like a child lost in a supermarket, she wondered how long he'd have to wait for someone to spot him hitchhiking on the side of the road like a ghost. God knows it would all come back to her eventually. Just like it would to him, probably. The universe was funny like that. Fucking hilarious. In spite of all that, she still felt nothing. Any pinprick of concern was left in that back seat, crumpled between the anxiety and restlessness. For the time being, all she had to do was drive. For the time being, her slate was clean. When the rescuers found the remains of the trapped mine workers, the telltale marks of cannibalism didn't shock them. But they were afraid to consider what drove them to such acts in the mere 16 hours since the tunnel collapsed. I would also like to thank the narrators who helped me bring this story to life. As the Raven Dreams, who played the Dr. Parley, Phoenix Fire, who was the Twilight narrator and also the narrator for the newspaper article, Silver Underworld, who played the husband, Waylon, and Furberries, who played Randy, the store clerk. Thank you all for helping me bring this story to life, guys. Biblically accurate angels, explained the doctor as I lay on the gurney, look like horrors beyond all human comprehension. Biblically accurate demons, on the other hand, he continued, injecting the lethal cocktail of drugs into my vein, look just like you and I. Reflections by Hacky and Bird. I was a new student in college, and by what I can only assume was the wrath of a vengeful trickster god, there was no financial aid available to me. I had filled out dozens of scholarships for weeks, but wasn't lucky enough to hear back from anyone. I was struggling to just pay tuition, and the books were a whole other battle. What I'm trying to say, that is, for obvious reasons, well, cash was tight. I picked up a couple shifts at a local diner, but the pay was pretty low. The tips weren't doing much to help out either. I started looking into alternative sources of income. That's when I spotted the post for the Crichton Research and Experimentation. They were offering nearly $500 for a few hours of simple research. $500 was enough to actually seriously jumpstart something for me. I didn't even have to think twice about applying. I filled out some basic information before selecting that I was available the next day at exactly noon. I was punctual and on time to the facility that was located about 3 miles from where I lived. It was a large brick building that was completely unmarked. It was nestled firmly between what appeared to be 2 office buildings of some kind. I walked inside and was instantly taken aback by the atmosphere of the room. It was strange to say the very least. It had brick walls on the inside, and each one of them appeared to have a small pattern etched onto it. There were no chairs for me to wait in. "Hello," Are you here for the experiment? The woman who had spoken was standing behind a desk with a clipboard. She wore glasses and absolutely no expression on her face whatsoever. She could have been thrilled to see me or terrified. I couldn't tell either way. Yeah, I guess I am, I replied awkwardly. For some reason, I was feeling uncomfortable as well as unsure of what to do with my hands. Follow me, please, she said. As soon as she spoke, she turned and opened a set of steel double doors and hastily walked through. The walls of the hallway were a sterile white, and I remember being frightened when I saw them. They were vibrant to the point that they seemed to be almost glowing. The woman's shoes left an echo as she moved down the hallway. I began to reluctantly follow. We walked further along than I thought we would have to before she finally stood in front of a set of oak doors. They were stained dark and looked so very out of place against the white. She backed up against the wall before she spoke again. You'll be right in here, Mr. Ambrose. I wanted to make a joke or something to lighten the mood, but the bleak expression on her face made me think twice. I felt the palms of my hands begin to sweat as I walked forward and pushed open the doors. There was a single chair in a dimly lit room. It appeared to be crafted out of a single piece of wood. There didn't appear to be any source of light that I could see, but the room held that same amount of visibility. I was having second thoughts as I stood out in the bright hallway and stared into the dark room. Then I thought about the money. It could get me out of a couple tight spots. The post online had said it was a couple hours. That was doable. It was just unfamiliar surroundings. There was no reason to panic. I walked in and heard the doors quietly creak shut behind me. There was still no difference in the amount of light. It was such a strange level of dimness to keep a room. I wasn't sure if I held a book in front of me if I'd be able to make out the words. But at the same time, I felt as if there was enough visibility for me to see what I needed to. I wondered how long it would take for someone to come in so we could get started. Maybe if I sat down, it would hurry the process along. The chair seemed to be the furthest thing from inviting, but it was clearly where I was meant to be. I walked up to the piece of furniture and looked down at it. Now that I was up close, I could actually see that it was masterfully carved. Using one piece of wood to carve a chair was already in of itself impressive, but this was ridiculous. There were oriental leaves and flowers carved in a pattern that twisted, then wound its way around the wood in a magnificent fashion. I ran my finger along the grooves and marveled at how intricately it was designed. I turned and then sat in it and was immediately surprised. I fit onto it as if it was made just for me. My hands pressed against the arms of the chair, savoring the feel of the wood. My back was perfectly supported as I found myself nestled in. I could feel how cold the wood was, even through my clothes. I was comfortable. Actually, I was beyond any level of comfort that I had experienced before. It was draining. I could actually feel the blood flow in my body slow down, the circulation hitting an almost stagnant level. My eyes began to droop closed. It was so difficult to keep them open. It was almost as if I had been drugged. There was no possibility of that, though. All I had done since I got there was sit. The chair, it had to be what was responsible. There was this strange sound that took me a second to realize that it was me groaning. I tried to move my hands or feet or anything I could to get up, but it was useless. Begin experiment number 121. Subject, Jonathan Ambrose. The voice had come from the walls. It was distorted, almost metallic in nature. It had been the woman from reception, I'm sure of it. Her voice was being run through a system of some kind. It came out distorted, robotic even, but it was definitely her. I should have been more scared, but I was just so tired. My eyes were just barely open at this point, but they were getting droopier, unable to fight against the unbearable weight of exhaustion. Sleep was the last thing on my mind, but I couldn't even remember what it was like to have my eyes closed. There was a sound off in the distance. No, it was close, I think. There's no way to tell. I tried to move my head to get a look around, but only managed to lift it a fraction of an inch. Mirror, mirror on the wall. It was the receptionist again. What was she talking about? That's when I saw it. I don't know where it had come from. It definitely hadn't been there when I walked into the room. I was sure of it. It was too beautiful to have missed. It looked as if the wall had opened up and inside the recess hung a mirror. It was a dull gold, as if it had faded over time. It held the same ornate markings as the chair. Leaves, vines, and flowers twisted and ran their way across the metal upon which it had been etched into. But that was only the beginning of its true beauty. The mirror itself was unlike anything that I had ever seen before. It was dark as obsidian, yet held a perfect reflection. It made me proud to be displayed on such a beautiful surface. Wait, was that me? No, it couldn't be. The man in the reflection was scared, terrified, his eyes wide open in terror, fully alert. That wasn't me. My eyes were so heavy, they were barely open. The receptionist spoke again, but only a single word. 1. What was this, a countdown? To what? I felt myself begin to drool, the saliva dripping down onto my hand, but I couldn't feel it. The man in the mirror moved his head, but just barely. 2. I could feel the numbers as she spoke them. They were more than just words, more than just counting. She was behind this. There was a motive to whatever madness this was. 3. My eyes shut completely. I saw a darkness unlike any that I had ever known. It was encompassing and endless. It was inside of that darkness I saw true fear. My brain sent panic signals to my limbs which could not respond. There was no control left in any part of my body. 4. My eyes snapped open, the mirror now the only thing in my field of vision. It was the same distance away, but I perceived it as so much closer. It could have been inches from my nose. Now I could see even clearer, the man in the mirror locking eyes with me. 5. Can you feel the numbers? The way they bury inside your mind? Can you feel how they take hold? Her voice was no longer monotone, but sweet as honey. Her syrupy words coated my mind as I stared at the man in the mirror. I watched as he began to move. His eyes flickered in different directions as he began to enjoy his newfound movement. 6. I felt a tingle run against my spine. It was the first feeling I had since sitting down in the chair. A gasp escaped my lips, and I felt nauseated. I could taste bile in my mouth, but could do nothing about it, not even swallow. The man smiled. The grin was like nothing I had ever seen. It held mischief, yet terror at the same time. It was as if he had told the funniest joke he knew that I had ever heard, right after stabbing someone I loved. All I wanted was the numbers, though. 7. Euphoria. Can you feel it? My brain sent shockwaves of bliss from the tips of my fingers to my toes, all the way along every inch of my flesh. Her words crawled through me and my body responded. My neck began to shake and my fingers moved involuntarily. The man struck his hand out slowly. I watched in what should have been terror as it moved through the mirror, sending a ripple across the surface. I stared but did not care. His hand was now sliding out from the mirror and into our reality. I felt the warmth of tears slide down my cheek. All I wanted was the next number. Can you feel it? 8. It was as if she had whispered directly into my ear, and my body responded to the sound violently. I felt my nails dig into the wood of the chair. I pulled my fingers back and felt the warm feeling of blood as my nails began to peel off. It was too much to handle. I had heard the voice of God, and she had broken me. The man in the mirror stood from his chair abruptly, in a swift motion that betrayed a speed that was otherworldly. He stuck his head from the mirror. His hair was messy, as if from static energy as he entered our world. He locked eyes with me, and then he pulled himself halfway through the mirror. He shimmered forward, his body most of the way out, before he began to cackle. It was unlike any sound that I had ever heard before. It echoed throughout the room, starting softly before becoming louder. It was colder, methodical, yet tingled with a hint of joy. I could feel his pleasure from across the room, his excitement. He did not belong here. He should not be here. 9. I vomited instantly. A thick black bile shot forth from my mouth, covering my shirt and lap. 3 seconds it took for a full heave, but it felt like an eternity. I could feel the strain on my lungs as I began to wrench over and over again. The man from the mirror pulled himself completely free from his glass prison before falling to the floor. He went right into a roll and rose with that grin that seared its image into my mind. The moment he stood, the dim lights of the room shifted to a deep red. The man would bring blood. The expression on his face was one of pure chaos. Whatever it is that he brings from the other side of the mirror, people would suffer. His fingers then began the slightest movements, each one responding with a crack as his body adjusted to this new reality. 10. I awoke with a scream. I was in a waiting room, not the same one from before. This just looked like a regular medical office. I gazed wildly at the people who surrounded me. They looked at me with worried faces. One of them began to say something, but I couldn't understand her as I was already halfway to the door. I ran all the way home, almost bailing through the door of my flat with how desperate I was to get inside. I collapsed then and laid there on the floor for hours, just trying to get a hold of my breathing. Eventually, I felt myself begin to calm down. It had been nothing more than a nightmare. I felt like a child again, a child who had seen unexpected things. Nightmares that were incomprehensible to the world which I struggled to become familiar with. Like all nightmares, though, it was fading as my mind adjusted to reality of life. After a few hours, I finally stood up. I actually was feeling embarrassed about the whole affair. I took off my coat, placing it on the back of the chair before stretching a little. The few hours on the floor had actually done wonders for my back. Perhaps there was some salvaging to be done for this night after all. I made myself some tea, then sipped it slowly. It wasn't long before I began to worry about the more mundane bits of existence. How would I afford finishing classes? How would I make extra money that I needed for other basic essentials? I soon found my mind clouded with the struggles of everyday dilemmas. I let out a sigh after I finished my tea, placing the mug on the counter. If overthinking was a sport, then I would be going home with the gold. Alas, this was the real world, where my anxieties was worth absolutely nothing. I yawned and made my way down the hallway towards my bedroom, but then stopped in my tracks. My feet frozen as I tried to comprehend what I just saw. I could feel my heart beginning to pound in my chest almost instantly, and beat so fast that I was almost certain it would pop at any second. There was nothing but fear in that moment. My brain sent panic signals to every part of my body, but no part of me answered its call. I turned towards the bathroom slowly, laying my gaze on a reflection in the dark, dimly lit room. My eyes were as I remembered them, a light blue that my mother had once said reminded her of the sky in May. My hair was a bit of a mess from the nap, but it was my hair nonetheless. My nose and my eyes were all they should be. Everything was almost correct as I stood there staring at my reflection. Almost. I know that grin from anywhere. While I blew out my last breath, the priest reassured me that I wouldn't burn in purgatory. I've heard your confessions, my son, and you will surely be burning in the deepest pits of hell. My cabin mates appeared to be sleeping, so I tiptoed back to bed as quietly as I could. It was only when I saw the red spreading across my chest that I realized they hadn't been asleep. I was hired to find a woman. What I found instead was madness. By Avatar of Horror. What do you do when your perception of reality breaks? How do you move forward with your day when the knowledge you have paralyzes you? The first time I experienced such a feeling was when in combat, and the snap hiss of bullets around you makes you question everything you thought you knew. I'm at the same precipice as I write this. After my tours of duty, I put my skills in the military police to work and hung my shingle as a private investigator. Most of the job was chasing down deadbeats owing child support or catching adulterers in the act, but I finally felt a bit of the freedom I needed. That all changed when I got a call 2 weeks ago from an unknown number. I picked up, expecting yet another automated message about my extended warranty expiring, but was met with a gruff and low voice.
Is this Detective Nate Gossamore?
Yes. Can I help you?
You came recommended by Captain Rodriguez as someone who can handle things discreetly.
I sat forward at the mention of my former CO's name.
Oh, and who might I be speaking with then?
Alistair Baines.
The gruff voice responded and my eyes opened wide. The Baines were old money and their hands in various industrial and production enterprises. More than a few of my clients had worked for them, and their reputation as ruthless family was legendary.
I take it by your silence you know who I am, so I will dispense with the pleasantries. I need someone to retrieve my daughter, Casey. She has taken up with some rather nasty folks and refuses to listen to reason. My patience with the matter has ended and needs to be remedied. I reached out to my contact to find a fixer for this, and your name was mentioned.
I recall that my captain said he was going off to consult with the Baines subsidiary after he left the service.
Forgive me, Mr. Barnes, but are you asking me to kidnap your daughter?
I'm asking you to use your skill and tact to rescue her from a group of people taking advantage of her and her family's money.
And what group is this, if I might ask?
Some hippie cult group calling themselves the Bringers of Light has managed to seduce my Casey into funding them and their endeavors. Some such nonsense about saving the world. Now she won't return her calls, and even cutting off her access to funds hasn't deterred her. But they've poisoned her against me and her mother. She's been brainwashed, I tell you, and I need you to go return her to safety with her family.
I let the information sink in before responding. The Baines were not a family you wanted to get caught up with, and this put a target on my back.
Mr. Barnes, I have quite a few clients at the moment, and I'm not sure if I have time.
If you return her safely to me,
the gruff voice interrupted,
I will pay you $2 million.
And I spit out my coffee.
I hope this ends pointless negotiating or posturing. So, do we have an agreement?
I should have said no. The amount alone should have told me not to go forward, but I muttered.
Yes.
Good. My assistant will be forwarding you information on her. I expect my Casey to be returned to me quickly and quietly.
The phone went silent as Mr. Baines hung up. I stared at my desk in disbelief for a moment, silently cursing myself for agreeing to this. My computer chimed with an email notification, and there inside was a zip file filled with various documents and photos regarding Cassie. I spent the next few hours delving through the material, bank statements of transfers to the Bringers of Light group, photos of Cassie, and one struck me. It was clearly taken at a distance, the work of some other PI most likely, and Cassie was standing with a man. She was petite, almost elven in nature, but the man was wild and unkempt. I wasn't unfamiliar with cults and their leaders, almost always preyed on young girls, and rich socialites made the perfect target. Something about the photo, though, seemed off as I examined it. Though positioned behind Cassie, there was some sort of distortion of his image around the photo, like he wasn't completely there. I shook my head and chalked it up to the camera's artifacts and switched over to the cult itself. The leader appeared to be a man who called himself Master Thermus. The name was clearly a fake, and after patting myself on the back for some impressive research work, I found out his real name was Benjamin Cross, a British export who dealt with antiques. A string of charges from smuggling painted a picture of a man who seemed to enjoy the nefarious side of archaeology. Something must have happened, though, as after acquiring several artifacts from the Iraq desert, he disappears. Fast forward a few years, and the man known as Theramus begins popping up in various occult circles, claiming to be the herald of the light. A few deep web internet inquiries and calls to friends led me to an unlisted webpage for the group. The page only had a message which stated, "The path of light starts with accepting within." A hidden link that took me to an image of a gothic-looking building. A reverse image search came up with a building matching a small town in coastal Maine. I closed out of everything and moved to get going when I caught myself staring at the photo of Casey and the man behind her. The distortion looked like they were moving, withering, and I blinked to see it return to normal. With another glance, I grabbed my things and headed out. The town before me was covered in a thick morning fog as the sun barely crept above the horizon. Jagged and rocky outcrops caught waves splashing white foam into the air before dragging back out to the sea and repeating over again. Driving through the town, it looked fairly dilapidated, with most of the business run down or boarded up. A broken sign proclaiming the town to be the great place to live and work seemed to ooze irony. Torn advertisements for a fishery and cannery around the town told a tale in shredded billboards of an abandoned industry town. I drove through the town for a bit before finding the Gothic church from the photo on the internet. Abandoned warehouses and vacant lots made the building stand out as an oddity for the area. I parked my car and set up for observation. The building was likely beautiful at some point, but years of neglect left the structure decaying. Stone masonry was cracked and stained glass reliefs were broken and boarded. Throughout the day, people came in and out of the two large doors greeting each other with fervency. All were plain clothes, and something had me a bit disappointed that whatever this cult was didn't have some sort of matching tracksuits. I kept a mental log of visitors, but Cassie wasn't among them that I could see. I was chewing on a granola bar when I heard a knock on the window behind me. I snapped my head to see a woman, probably in her 30s, with shoulder-length brown hair waving at me. How she could have snuck up on me, I didn't know.
"Are you also interested in joining the light?"
She called through the window as I rolled it down.
"You don't need to watch from a distance, as all are welcome."
Yes, I found your website and wanted to know more.
I responded, playing dumb. The woman's face scrunched with a smile.
"Oh, joy. Then come on, I'll take you inside. Master Thamus was just about to begin his daily session."
I'm not sure I'm ready yet.
The woman grabbed my hand and gestured.
"Please come. You've made the pilgrimage this far. Come and finish your journey."
I figured I couldn't just sit watching anymore without drawing attention, so I might as well get inside and see if I can find Cassie.
All right. Lead on, miss.
"Oh, just Daisy is fine."
She waited patiently for me to exit the car and start walking towards the church. Daisy then locked elbows with me, guiding me forward.
"You're going to be right at home here. I just know it."
As we ascended the stairs to the church, others were entering and greeting each other and seemingly paying Daisy and me no mind. The inside looked much more well-maintained than the outside. Everything from the floors to the pews were scrubbed clean. Daisy walked me over to the seat near the front as the rest of the congregation walked in. Whatever religious imagery had been in this church previously had been removed, and in its wake were hundreds upon hundreds of candles. The wax from multiple uses left to drip over each other and grow again and again. A hush came over the group as a man entered into the front of the room, as the man from the photos came to the center. He wore simple dark robes while his long hair flowed wildly, as he extended his hands in exhalation to the assembled people.
"Brothers, sisters, we have come here in jubilation of the light."
As the people echoed back, for the light.
"The world is sick brothers and sisters. It is up to us who have taken the light within to spread it far and wide, to relieve the people of their pain.
The crowd again echoed, "For light," as Daisy pulled on my elbow, gesturing for me to repeat as well. The robed man gestured to the burning mound of candles behind him.
Our community here burns as these lights do. Individual lights burn to form a greater illumination here. So do we give praise to the light, so we give our bodies to the light.
I muttered, "For the light," along with the others to Daisy's smile. From behind a curtain, the form of Cassie Baines emerged in a white robe and joined Thamus. In her hands, she carried a pile of flowers, which she presented before the pile of candles, bowing deeply. A hum that sounded like buzzing emerged from the congregation as they watched Cassie present the offering. It was methodic, but also unsettling as my skin began to rise the longer it went on. Cassie walked in front of Thalmus, and I blinked as I tried to focus on the man. The similar distortion from the picture seemed to appear again as I tried to focus on him. I shook my head.
I need to get out of here.
I looked down at Daisy, who held my arm tightly. The buzzing sound of the group seemed to be amplified as Cassie joined her voice to their adulation.
Please, I need to get out of here.
And the sounds began to make me ill, but Daisy simply looked on, making the now skin-crawling sounds herself. I turned back to the man standing behind Cassie, as his hands waved in the air, making signs and gestures to the candles, which seemed to dance with his movements.
I need to go.
As I stumbled over Daisy, something inside me needed to get away from this place at any cost. I stumbled getting out of the pew and hit the stone wall of the church, and my vision went black. My eyes shot open and I found myself lying on a small cot and an ice pack fell from my head as I sat up. I blinked a few times to see that I was in a stone room in the church. The pain from my head was matched by a stinging pain in my right arm, which had a severe cut along it. Did I cut my arm before?
Oh good, you're awake.
A small voice called out to me. I turned to see Cassie walking over to me and place the ice pack back on my head.
I'm so sorry. You come to seek the light and get a bump on your head instead.
I rubbed my head and pain shot through me.
Prayer sessions can be powerful. I hope your next experience is better.
I looked over Cassie. Her demeanor was warm, and there seemed to be no obvious sign she was being held against her will. My vision must have still been in flux from the hit, as I had a hard time focusing on her and looked away.
Ugh. And how did you come to join this church?
She laughed heartily.
Oh, well, let's just say I was searching for an answer and found it here with Mr. Thamus. He and the congregation have done such wonderful things.
She helped me to my feet as I stood up.
When you get your bearings, come with me, and I'll show you around. Daisy said you sought the light, and I want to help.
I thought I hit a bit of luck. I might be able to get Cassie out of here easier than I thought.
Yes, if you could show me around, that would be great.
She smiled at me and I returned it, looking for ways to just grab her and leave. After a few minutes of blood rushing to my head, I gestured for Cassie to lead on.
So, you said you were searching for an answer. What was that answer?
As we walked on through the church, her previously warm visage diminished.
Let's just say my family has a long history of choosing the wrong things, and I wanted to make a better choice for the future.
We exited back into the now empty main room.
You drove through this town to get here, right?
And I nodded.
Well, this town used to be a company town owned by my family. When they decided it wasn't profitable anymore, they shipped everything overseas.
She gestured to the boarded up windows above.
The town died as a result. While searching for answers to why such awful things could be allowed, I sought out Master Thamus, and he helped me see the world was sick and needed a new light to cure it.
And what a light we have found in you, my dear Cassie.
As Thalmus entered, walking over to us.
Daisy told me we had a new pilgrim today. Welcome to the light, brother.
And he placed his hands on my shoulders. There was a presence to the man. He seemed to tower over me, even though we likely were the same height.
Yes, thank you.
I responded, trying to take a measure of the leader. The man turned and placed himself behind Cassie, and I knew I needed to rethink how to get her out from underneath his grasp.
But the path to the light starts with honesty, brother. So why don't you tell us why you're really here?
I froze.
What do you mean?
Thalmus raised his eyebrow.
We searched your car and found a number of interesting things, Mr. Nate Gossamer.
Holding my case file folder. Realizing the situation, I started to back up towards the door when a number of the congregation members emerged to block it. I turned to see Daisy walking forward, holding a gun pointed at me.
Now, sweetie, don't go anywhere.
I looked for any exit, but found all my avenues blocked.
So, Mr. Gossamer, why have you polluted this holy space?
I looked at the man whose image seemed to be not wholly there in reality, standing behind Cassie.
I'm here to rescue Cassie from your clutches.
Thalmus let out a deep laugh and walked out towards me, leaving Cassie behind.
What? Did you think you were the first person sent by Mr. Baines?
He gestured to the members in the room.
See here, brothers and sisters, the light cannot and will not be stopped. Evil will continue to stalk us, but again, we prevail.
The crowd chanted, "For the light."
Mr. Gossamer, Cassie is a vessel for the light. Hell will bring a new dawn. It is not me they venerate, it is her.
I turned to Cassie to see that the distortion in my vision was from her, not Thalmus. All the warmness from before had vanished as she walked towards me.
I already told you. I sought Master Thamus out.
She walked over to me and grabbed my arm with the cut on it. Where she touched, it burned as if something underneath the skin moved.
I see some of the light has taken root inside you now as well. Be grateful for such a gift.
I looked down to see my skin writhe and move.
What the fuck did you do to me?
She cocked her head, looking almost hurt.
I simply shared part of the light with you.
I turned around to see everyone present have movement under their skin. Some of their arms, like myself, other bulging from their heads or faces.
What the hell is going on here?
Cassie let my arm go and grabbed a knife handed to her by Thalmus and gestured to Daisy to come over. The brown-haired girl joined us, bowing to Cassie. With a quick motion, Cassie slashed a knife across her throat and red viscera sprayed everywhere. I tried to jump back, but was grabbed by the other members and was restrained. I was forced to watch as Cassie bent down into the blood, pooling where Daisy lay gargling. She reached her hand into the opening she had cut as the assembled crowd chanted for the light at the horrific display. From the body of Daisy emerged a slithering winged creature. Cassie cradled the grotesque thing in her hands, offering her comfort as the body of Daisy mutilated by its exit. It, like Cassie herself, seemed to create a distortion in my vision where I tried to track it as she looked back at me.
This world is far too sick to continue on, Mr. Gossamer.
As she walked towards me with the abomination that made the same buzzing sounds the congregation had made at the service previously.
My parents are living proof we cannot continue. Greedy, selfish creatures that don't deserve to continue.
She moved the withering thing in front of my face as the skin under my arm reached out to it in a seeming communion.
I saw you were a veteran. You've seen war, haven't you? You've seen firsthand that I am right.
I shook my head violently in defiance.
Whatever these things are, you cannot seriously believe this is the solution.
Cassie laughed.
They are exactly the solution. Master Thamus found a very interesting artifact in the desert of Mesopotamia. An idol to the god Nergal contained one of these bringers of the light.
Cassie gestured to Thamus, who bowed and from his robe presented the idol to her. The withering maggot winged creature climbed and slithered around the idol from Cassie's hand.
Through his herald, Thamus, did Nergal bring the gift of light to me.
Cassie took the idol to the head of the church floor and raised it high.
I am the queen, the vessel of holy light that will cleanse this world. The poor rays of light that inhabit us need us to grow and mature, though. You are now part of that wondrous work, so rejoice.
The crowd was chanting and buzzing, and my mind was ripped in insanity at this solution. I pushed and shoved the hands holding me away and dashed towards the knife on the floor by the corpse of Daisy. The screams of anger from the congregation at my escape echoed behind me as I picked up the knife as I ran at Cassie. I was determined to end whatever madness had affected everyone, pushing Thamus away as I ran with full speed at Cassie, whose eyes went wide as I plunged the dagger into her heart. Her eyes went wide and a smile crept across her face. I looked down to see not blood but maggots fall out as the winged creature hopped off its perch on the stone idol slashed at my face. I tried to bat away as the claws raked over me. As the creature tore at me, I could hear Cassie's laugh as she pulled the knife out and threw it on the ground.
I am the swarm of light, the hive of the dawn divinely chosen by Nergal.
As insects and creatures I didn't recognize swarmed out of her mouth. With every ounce of strength I had left, I leapt at Cassie, blood pooling over my eyes from the lacerations as I did so. I pushed with everything I had, knocking her backwards into the hundreds of candles behind her as she pushed me aside in my assault. A high-pitched scream ripped through the church as flames engulfed Cassie. All the members of the congregation fell to their knees. Their horrific buzzing sounds ceased while they clawed at themselves. Pulsing and withering things in their skin seemed to rebel as Cassie's screech of pain, and as the flames consumed her, so did the creatures consume their hosts. As Cassie burned as if in effigy, I grabbed the knife and slit my arm open as the withering tentacled creature lashed out in anger. Dripping blood everywhere, I ripped that grotesque thing that had embedded itself in me out, throwing it towards the now spreading fire. The screams of the assembled people became deafening as Cassie burned in chunks as creatures tried to flee the inferno that was her body. The fire had engulfed the area and smoke choked the air. I saw an exit and dashed through the blaze to find it barricaded. Coughing on the polluted air, I used my only good arm to throw the boards and debris aside. The fire was now raging and my skin began to burn in the heat. With a final push, I got the door open to the outside and fell forward. The night sky was illuminated by the burning church, and I stumbled away to my car. I turned back to hear the unearthly wails of pain before being silenced. After the fire, it was reported as a mass suicide. The group's literature and activities were declared to be a cult, and tied up neatly in a story with their fiery demise. Everyone could be identified from their dental records except Cassie, which led Mr. Bands to conclude she must still be out there and firing me. Little did he know what she was or had become. Tending to the wounds on my arm and face, I looked something horrific. However, my appearance was the least of my concerns. I cannot close my eyes without seeing the horrible creatures. the withering things in my body, the formless horror that was Cassie Barnes. What's worse, who could I tell of this and be believed? I took a swig of the strongest liquor I had and fell into the bed. I looked down at my arm and felt ill. I felt ill because I couldn't quite focus on it, like it was distorted. I asked the professor why none of the monsters we had documented were intelligent. He said the smart ones convince you that they aren't monsters. Alistair Bands was played by Dark Little Voices Shade. Detective Nate was played by Phoenix Fire. Daisy was Lays Picaria. Master Thamus was PA Nightmares. And Cassie was played by Dark Little Voices Decay. All of you did a great job to bring these characters to life, guys. Thank you so much. I used to bully my little sister growing up, reminding her that I was our mother's golden child and favored above all else. As I lay here, strapped to the altar, staring up into the cold eyes of my mother and sister, I realize now that I was merely the sacrificial lamb. The Sound of Rain by As the Raven Dreams. Rain can be such a calming and relaxing thing for so many people. The subtle and comforting sounds as the tiny droplets fall from the heavens to end up colliding with the ground. That slight patter noise that isn't too dissimilar to a light popping. The fact that it manages to be both rhythmic and random at the same time is what I think makes it. That, along with the comforting darkness that envelops your world as a cloud rolls in overhead and blocks out the sun. One of the most relaxing things you can possibly do during an aggressive storm is turn a chair to face outside, kick back with a book and a cup of coffee, and watch as the world outside has its thirst quenched. It always works to pull me into a deep focused state, which quickly turns into me wanting to take a long, cozy nap. My favorite thing about spring is how when a rolling storm engulfs an area, everyone and everything pauses and takes notice. Almost like everything, living or not, knows to give respect to this absolute force of nature and the beauty it contains. We all fall in line with its beat and adjust ourselves accordingly. Obviously, as beautiful as storms are, they do bring some things that could be seen as negative. Flooding, damaging winds, hail, and in some places, things like hurricanes or tornadoes. Even a nice rain like the one we've been getting comes with the scary parts. Just the other day, the police found someone that had drowned in water that had been collecting in their yard. There wasn't much in the way of details, but apparently they had managed to slip and knock themselves unconscious. Then they landed with their face in the puddle. It's a shame, but I can't imagine it being more than a crazy coincidence. Now, my biggest issue with the current storm is that it seems like it's unending. Like I said, I love the rain, but I can only take so much of it. 1 or 2 days of steady downpour is fine, but this has been going on for at least 6 days now. At some point last week, the sky opened up and it just started coming down. And while it was nice for a bit, this is beginning to feel a bit excessive. it hasn't come without its problems. There is a steady stream of water that is running from my gutters into the yard, but apparently there's a clog somewhere because water was actually dripping in my patio door. On top of that, the collection of water on the side of the house caused a bit of a flooding issue in the basement. We got it solved, thankfully, but it was still a bit of annoyance to have to do the work in the rain. I know I'm not the only one who's been having problems though. I read on one of my neighborhood groups that there was a house down the way that had some pretty serious damage. Apparently one of the windows was broken because of the storm, and they had a lot of damage. On top of that, some kids had taken advantage of the broken window and trashed the place. Thankfully, the owners seemed to be out of town as no one's seen them for a few days, but they're going to be surprised when they get back home. Plus, my lethargy has absolutely had a grip on me since the storm started. I haven't been wanting to get out of bed or do any of my work projects. The droning sound that I described a moment ago is really, really good at putting my ass out for the day. I just want to lay on the couch and watch the news. Well, I would want to if they would stop reporting on the negative stuff. I don't want to hear about murders or anything like that. I want to hear about the community coming together and fixing things. It's really sad how much the media wants to focus on the negative and not on the positive parts of our world. Maybe that's why so many people have issues with this seasonal depression and whatnot. One thing I wish they would report on is all the noise in this city. Yesterday morning, I swear I heard some prankster screaming out his window as loud as he could. At first, I wasn't sure if I actually heard it. It happened while I was watching some dumb talk show, just after I had woken up. I was listening to them make jokes at the expense of some celebrity. I grabbed my coffee and went to take a sip, and I heard the faint sound of someone shouting. Again, I wasn't sure that it was actually a scream at first, but they did it again, and I knew for sure that's what it was. I got up and looked out the window and saw that someone else in the neighborhood had put on their poncho and mask and started the way down to have a stern talking with that person. Good on them for being considerate and wearing their mask. But I don't think that their statement got through to the person, because no more than an hour later, I heard him again. Then another hour after that. I've been getting incredibly frustrated by this whole thing because he keeps going. Almost every single hour on the hour, he keeps shouting out his window for a few minutes. Then he gets quiet again and I get to enjoy the rain. Of course, it doesn't last long because an hour after that he does it again. What's worse, he got a few of his friends to do it too, and now there's screaming coming from the other houses that are closer to me. At first, I was a bit unnerved, but when he did it again, I realized that it had to be some dumb kid most likely doing something stupid like this for internet clout. Now, I understand that kids will be kids, and sure, his screams aren't really hurting anyone yet. But I don't think they understand how the whole crying wolf thing works. If they keep it up, people become desensitized to the whole thing and won't know when something serious is going on. How can they be so inconsiderate? How can people sit in their homes and think that it would be funny to disrupt the lives of others like that? Like I said, I was annoyed when they started doing it, but now they've been doing it at night, and it's starting to keep me awake. I get grumpy when I don't sleep enough, And that on top of how lethargic I've been from the rainstorm, it's making things really difficult for me. This evening I was watching the nightly news and wait for the weather to come on so that they could tell us how much more rain we could expect. I started to doze off and my mind started to make up fake news stories about cults and torture. It's the craziest waking dream I've ever had, and the absurdity of it all actually bothered me. Then, within a few moments of actually falling asleep, I heard another scream. Much like I said before, I got angry and was going to ignore it. But then I heard it again and realized it wasn't just one of the pranksters. It was coming from my neighbor's house. This situation's exactly what I was referring to when I was talking about the whole crying wolf thing. You do something stupid, like scream out your window, and make people think that something is wrong when it isn't. Then, when something is wrong, you don't realize it's actually something that's a problem. I heard him scream again and decided that I should go ahead and call the police. Something was clearly going on and he likely needed help. I grabbed my cell phone, shut off the TV, and called 911. At first, the call didn't seem to go through, but the operator answered. I explained to them what was going on, told them that there was a prankster down the road that they needed to deal with later, but that they needed to come out our way now to see if my neighbor is okay. The call felt a bit strange. The man asked me for my name and address and a few other questions, like if I was home alone and if I had a weapon. I didn't feel that these were normal questions, but at the same time, in today's day and age, maybe they're really adamant about protecting their officers. I guess they were going to be next door and they wanted to make sure that I wasn't trying to lure them into a trap or something. Hard to say, really, but I gave him the information and he hung up, saying that they would be right over for the welfare check. No more than a few minutes later, I heard a knock on my door. I was confused at first. I hadn't seen any cop cars, hadn't heard any sirens or anything. I asked who it was, just to be safe, and I felt a lot more comfortable when the man said, "It's the police. If you have a few moments, we would like to have a quick talk to you about the screaming." I glanced through the small peephole on my door just to make sure, and actually felt a bit better when I realized it was one of my neighbors. I didn't know he was a cop, but I recognized his poncho and mask from the other day. Hopefully he can get to the bottom of this. I'm confident he can. So I'm going to slip on my shoes and my jacket and talk with him. I'm sure everything will be alright and that he'll be able to help me with my issues. Then maybe I can finally get back to sleep. I never thought robots would be the end of the world, but apparently I was proven wrong. I mean, who could have suspected that a Roomba breaking a ring of salt would be the moment everything changed? My husband hasn't spoken to me for days. By Luminous Stelgan. He sat still at the end of the table. His droopy eyes, rimmed with dark circles, reflect the dim lights of the dingy dining room. Another failed gig, no doubt. My friends had warned me about marrying him. Jason was a struggling artist, you see. "Don't settle for that man," they said. "You be broke your whole life." Yet when he got down on one knee and proposed with sincere eyes, I vowed I'd be by his side through thick and thin. When Jason finally reached his dreams, I would be there to celebrate with him. We always prayed for a breakthrough, but failure after failure happened, and 5 years together brought us to this dilapidated apartment. My head throbbed. Jason's tiredness must be rubbing off on me. "Honey," I whispered reassuringly, "I'll always be with you no matter what, and I'm sure that everything will get better soon." He didn't reply, dull eyes staring into nothing. "I made something special," I said with a small smile, beef casserole in hand. "Go ahead and take a bite. I promise it's good." He remained listless, not even lifting his fork. Minutes passed like that, and I felt a tear roll down my cheek as I rubbed my temple. Jason used to love my food, even when I burnt everything. When I just started to learn how to cook, he'd beam at me and joke that he didn't deserve to eat food made by an angel. Love, faith, and hope had kept us together, but perhaps Jason had gotten tired. Would he give up on his dreams? Would he stop smiling forever? Would he leave me? My head felt like it was splitting open now. I hurriedly tried to make my way to the bathroom, but tripped on the glass wine bottles littering the floor. Jason must have heard the commotion, but he never came. As I lied there helplessly withering and clutching my head, I wondered when everything started spiraling. Was it when he started drinking, or was it when I told him that I wanted to work and support us? Maybe it was when I told him that I was pregnant. "A baby!" he had shouted, as he held me by the hair after punching me in the gut. "In this effing mess?" I sobbed for what seemed like hours until the pain subsided again into a dull throb. I got up shakily and walked to the mirror. A monster stared back at me, disgusting black ooze trickling down from the grotesque hole at the side of its face. It was pungent, smelling of death. Brain matter, dark and rotten, spilling through, making a sickening squelch as it fell to the ground. My mind whirled as I made my way back. Jason had not taken a single bite of that beef casserole, now rotten as it had been left out for several days. It wasn't tiredness or sadness in his eyes, I realized. It was guilt. Guilt from killing me. After yesterday's crash landing, Major Davis became the first person ever to die on Mars. Now, if I don't make use of the Red Planet's only available food source, I will soon become the second. A child is knocking on my door every midnight. By Thrawn 911. It started a few weeks ago, and it's driving me insane. I rented this house, which was cheap and nice looking. I lived here for 2 months before it started happening. One night I was dreaming and heard a sound in my dream, like someone knocking on a door. I slowly woke up and opened my eyes. What surprised me was that the sound hadn't stopped. I realized it wasn't a dream. I checked my phone. It was midnight. The neighbors were usually asleep then, but I still thought they were partying or something, which caused the sound. It was strangely coming from my door, however. Is someone knocking on my door? I asked myself. I quickly jumped out of my bed, thinking that someone might need help, and rushed to my front door. I was late. The knocking had already stopped when I got there. I opened the door and looked around, but everything was empty, including the garden and the streets. It was a strange experience, and I wish that was the worst thing that had happened. I went back to bed and quickly fell asleep. The following day, I had already forgotten what had happened that night and went to work, when the same thing happened that night too. I woke up again, hearing a continuous knock on my door. I checked my phone. It was exactly midnight again. It must be some kind of joke, I thought. I walked to the door, unlocked it, then opened it. Again, nobody was there.
Hey, idiot!
I shouted.
Don't dare to wake me up again, or you'll regret it!
It happened 3 more times at the exact same time. I spoke with one of my coworkers, and he recommended me buy a security camera, so I can report whoever is doing it to the police. I agreed and bought a camera as soon as I finished my shift. Installed it above my door was a way harder job than I care to admit, but after a few hours of cursing, it was working. I went to sleep with a smile on my face, knowing that whoever thought it was funny will be recorded on the camera. I couldn't even sleep. Instead, I stayed up until midnight watching a series on TV. Of course, at exactly midnight, I heard the knocking. I stayed on my couch watching the TV. After a few minutes, the knocking still hadn't stopped. I started to get annoyed, so I stood up and walked to the door. And that was the moment when it finally stopped. Funny guy, I thought. He waited for me to get to the door and then he stopped. I opened the door. No one was there as expected. After that, I checked the security cam recording because I still hadn't connected to my laptop, so I couldn't see it live. I should have waited until morning. At 23:59, to my surprise, a child ran to my door. I didn't believe it. For all this time, I was pranked by a child? He was around 7. When the clock hit midnight, he started banging on my door. But I didn't see any watch or phone with him, so I had no idea how he knew the time. As he was knocking on the door, he looked straight into the camera. Maybe it was just strange lighting, but his eyes seemed totally black. I freaked out. I fast-forwarded the recording to the point when I came out, when the kid might have heard that I was coming. He jumped down from the stairs and crouched down behind it. Then I saw myself open the door. I was terrified. This whole time I was looking for someone and shouting like some kind of idiot. That kid was hiding behind the stairs, just beneath my feet. I had no idea what to do. I couldn't go back to sleep. I kept thinking about that kid. What if he's still hiding there? When morning finally arrived, I hurried to work. When I got out of my house, I carefully checked the place alongside my stairs. It wasn't that tall. It only had 4 steps, but it was enough for that kid to hide behind it. I showed the video to my coworkers, and they were freaked out too. I asked them for advice. One of them told me to ask the neighbors if they saw the kid, or if he was knocking on their doors too. That day, I talked to 5 people from the neighborhood, showing the video to them. They told me they had never experienced something like this and had never seen this kid. No one recognized him. I had no idea what to do at that point. I decided that maybe I should talk to the kid. I was afraid of meeting him. I don't know why. After all, he was a child. Then I remembered I could talk with him through the security camera because it has a speaker. So, I had a plan for the night. I set everything up and I watched the camera display on my laptop when the time arrived. It was 23:59. I needed less than 1 minute and the kid would appear in front of my door. Finally, I could see the kid walking up the stairs, and as soon as the clock hit midnight, he started to knock. I turned on the speaker. "Hey mate, can I help you? You're really consistent with your knocking. Do you need help or anything? Where are your parents?" "Where's Mommy?" the kid responded from outside through the camera's microphone. "She used to be here." "Where's she?" "We live here. That's our house." I was shocked by this response. It was totally unexpected. "Your mommy's not here, little one. I've lived here for a few months now. Do you want me to call the police? Maybe they'll help you find your mommy." "Where's Mommy? Where is she?" the kid cried, but it sounded unnatural. It was like someone imitating a kid's crying. Meanwhile, the kid looked up the camera, stretching his neck, which was abnormally long, maybe about 10 centimeters longer than usual. It felt uncanny. "Listen, I have no idea, but..." I tried to speak to him, but he interrupted me, still crying. "You killed her! You killed her, you prick!" he shouted, with the force being on the word prick. He then ran away. So, since I'm anonymous here, I can swear to God that I haven't killed anyone, and I would never do such a thing. I had no idea what he was talking about. I think it's uncanny to say, but yeah, it was another night without a single minute of sleep for me. The following day, I went to a birthday party for one of my friends. I got home late at night and was a little bit drunk. Actually, I was totally drunk. So I decided to go to sleep. I didn't want to communicate with that kid that night, and I hoped that he had left forever and I would never see him again. When I woke up the following morning, I realized that I didn't wake up at midnight because of the knocking. Maybe the kid really left. The blood froze in me as I walked to the front door. It was wide open. I started to remember the previous night and I was sure that I closed the door, but I didn't lock it. I was swearing loudly at the realization and immediately watched back the security camera recordings. At exactly midnight, the child walked into my door, but he didn't knock. He just opened it and walked in. I fast forward the entire night on the camera, and he never left the house. I searched the whole building and found nothing. I even called the police, showing them the security recordings. They also found it strange, but they didn't manage to find the kid. Since then, every midnight I hear the whisper in the dark, "Where's Mommy? You killed her." I'm moving out next week, but I'm terrified. "Where's Mommy? You killed her."
Where's Mommy? You killed her. Where's Mommy? You killed her.
And with that, my friends, our time together is coming to an end. I hope you enjoyed this compilation where we started in May 29th, 2022 and ended in October 16th of 2022, with a February 13th, 2022 added in to make that one from July 10th make more sense since it was a continuation story. I'd like to thank all the original narrators who helped me bring some of these stories to life. All their links are down below in the show notes, so if there was any voices that you liked, you can check them out still. Also, the links to the original videos are also there as well, in case you would like to see the original. Remember, if you enjoyed this compilation, hit that like button and make sure it feels it. If you're new, please subscribe and turn that pretty little bell to all notifications so you don't miss any more stories. And if you'd like to help this channel/podcast grow, please just share it with anyone who might enjoy it. And if you'd like to help in other ways, I do have Patreon and memberships where for $1 a month you get early access to the audio of all these stories. If you'd like to do a one-time donation, I have PayPal and Buy Me a Coffee, and if you like something with my cute little avatars on it, merch as well. All the links to everything is down below. Now, of course, I would love a comment to know which one of these stories was your favorite. We'll do that Sunday word next week because I don't like to do them for the compilation since they're so long and not many people get this far into the video. And with all that being said, thank you guys so much for listening and watching, especially if you got this far. We're well into 4 hours into this video and you're still here, listening to my voice. Are you crazy or something? But really, thank you guys so much. I'll see you next Sunday as always. Sleep tight and don't let 42 bite.